Hello and welcome to Favorite Rugby on BoyleSports. For today's guide on how to watch the Rugby World Cup. The good news is the entire Rugby World Cup is being shown on a free-to-air broadcaster in the form of RTE2, which is an Irish broadcaster. Which means that if you're in Ireland or through the use of a virtual private network or a VPN, you can watch the entire Rugby World Cup on a free-to-air broadcaster without even having to log in. You don't have to do anything for free, basically. So if you have any questions, put them in the comments below and smash like on the video. But I'm about to show you exactly how you can watch all the action. So there's no excuse to miss anything. It has every single one of the 48 matches. And in case you need to know how to watch, in case you're still looking for a method to watch, then this is exactly how you can do it. Right, to watch the entire World Cup on a free-to-air broadcaster, which is RTE2, then this is what you need to do. First things first, you're going to get yourself a VPN, which is a virtual private network. Basically, what that is going to do is that's going to geolocate your device to make it seem as if you are in a different location, in this case, in Ireland, because that is where RTE is going to be free for the World Cup. Now, every single one of the 48 games will be shown RTE. So first things first, you're going to download a VPN. We recommend using ExpressVPN because it's tried and tested and worked. And so you're going to download, link in the description. The entire guide for exactly how this method works is in the description as well. So you're going to go and download ExpressVPN, install it. This is what it looks like. You're going to use those three dots on the right-hand side to bring up all the locations. You're going to go to Ireland and you're going to then click on Connected. Now, currently I'm connected, which means if I go to the RTE website, I'm not even signed in or anything like that, but I'm currently watching all on RTE over here, as you can hear now.
I got to take some notes.
So that is RTE2 right now, which is the channel that all 48 games will be live on. If as soon as I go to ExpressVPN and I turn it off, this suddenly will no longer be geolocating my device. It'll make it seem as if I'm in Africa, because I am. And I'm going to just refresh RTE in the background. And as soon as you're not connected to a VPN, this method will not work. But it is literally as easy as that. So all you have to do is get yourself a VPN and connect to Ireland. And over here, as soon as you're not, it says you cannot stream due to rights restriction. It's easy as that. ExpressVPN, Ireland server, watch every single game on RTE2. If you have any questions, put it down in the comments below. Otherwise, you can use this method for every single game up to the playoffs, quarters, semis, and final. And looking forward to seeing you guys all across the various watch-alongs. Please do smash like on the video. Please do subscribe to the channel as well. Thank you very much for watching. My name is Steven, and I'll chat to you soon. Hello everybody, my name is Stevie P and I'm here to tell you about Bitdefender, who are one of the BoyleSports channel partners. Bitdefender offers world-leading cybersecurity solutions which make sure that all your data is protected across all of your devices. We make sure that we are never compromised thanks to Bitdefender, and you should as well. Alongside their world-class cybersecurity needs, they also offer a world-class VPN, which not only hides and protects all your data and your internet privacy, but also allows you to access content from around the world using this VPN, which means you can unlock certain content which you might not otherwise have been able to watch, including live rugby across the world. So make sure you get Bitdefender. Check the description of all of our videos to get yourself a Bitdefender subscription. They are not only one of the world leaders, but also one of the most affordable options out there. So there really is a no loss of situation here. Get yourself Bitdefender, get yourself protected, and make sure that you're never compromised thanks to Bitdefender. And we are live. Hello and welcome to Favorite Rugby on BoyleSports for today's Superbru Picks show. I'm going to be doing this every single week and putting myself out there really to show you why I just generally don't do Superbru, because I've just generally got apparently no I wouldn't say luck, because it is about skill. Apparently I've got no prediction ability. That is the main thing. That is basically the summary. But I thought it'd be a little bit of fun, you know. Throughout the World Cup, we do have a Superbru league. We will also have a fantasy show. That's going to be in about an hour's time. And we're going to basically be picking a fantasy team together. So, yeah, basically what's going to happen for the next 20 minutes is that we're going to go through round one. And I'm going to make some predictions on the matches. And those, I'm going to lock them in. Those are going to be my official Superbru predictions. And so the big question that everybody keeps asking is, where do I find the league? Right, well, then I'll about to put a message on the group or on the chat, so you can go join it. So if you have not joined it already, we'll put the link in the description as well. Go and join our Superbru pool. We've also got a Rugby World Cup fantasy pool, and so I'm going to put a link in the description over there in the chat, so you guys can go and link up over there. And basically, the winner of the pool or of the entire league at the end will receive a supporters jersey of their choice. So you're going to come to us and you're going to say, I want a Springbok jersey, I want a Fiji support jersey, whatever, and we will get you a supporters jersey in your right size and stuff like that, subject to availability, obviously. If we can't physically get our hands on a jersey wherever you are in the world, then we won't be able to do that, unfortunately. But we will endeavor to do our best to make sure that we can get you guys what you guys would prefer. And yeah, so what I would like to do as well is I would like to every week have a fan picked game. And so I think for this weekend we should make that the South Africa game. I'm happy. Ooh, yeah, I'm happy to do it. I'm happy to do that. So we're gonna basically. So I'm gonna put in a poll, and you guys will in fact we'll vote on a margin, and that was what I'll lock in for my official South African score predictions. So we've got quite a few games to get through. I think 8 in fact over the next few days. Obviously we'll be live tonight for the first World Cup opener, and coverage for that will get underway at about 7 o'clock this evening, so earmark that. In fact, this is going to redirect there. And yeah, you can come join us on the Watchalong. Hopefully join us over the weekend. What's going to be quite a cool weekend ahead of rugby. We're going to be live for every single game. So plenty of content coming your way. If you missed it as well, the Scotland team has been announced. So that video is on the channel. So we have got the official Scotland team announcement, which we've done a bit of a reaction there. And yeah, obviously, the official preview will be out later today, if not tomorrow. And then tomorrow's going to be an absolute stun of a day. There's just going to be, we've got 4 watch-alongs planned. We've got all these previews in for Sunday. We've got press conference that'll be coming on the channel as well. So there'll be a lot of content coming your way over the weekend. So looking forward to sharing the weekend with you. And then obviously a big watch-along happening on Sunday, where we will be at Barrels and Bottles for our official fan park. A post is going to go up on the channel very shortly with regards to all the details on Sunday. If you guys would like to come and meet the team and see what it's all about, we'll be at Bottles and Barrels on Sunday. And tonight, we will be at the Dross in Kyalami. That was where our fan park will officially be tonight for the opening game, which should be very cool. So big shout out for Dross. It was a bit of a last minute thing, but we will be broadcasting live out of the Dross in Kyalami tonight, as well as live out of Barrels and Bottles on Sunday. So let's get into it, shall we? Let's have a look at some of the fixtures, and I need to start making some calls here. So I've got the Superbru open over here, and we're going to go through it, and we're going to make predictions on all the the round 1 games, starting with tonight. And if you've never done Superbru, it's pretty simple. You're just going to choose either a draw, or you're going to pick a winner, and you're going to choose a margin. You can go up to 120 points and stuff like that. So yeah, I'm just going to go through that for every single game. And then this game over here, in fact, maybe we should actually put that out. I'm sensing a South African victory, so I'm actually going to put that in the poll. Choose Steve's SA prediction. And I'm going to give you 4 options, and that's going to be SA by 4, SA by 6, SA by 10, or SA by 12. Those are going to be the 4 options I'm going to give you guys. So that's in the poll. So go and vote on what you think my pick should be for this game. It is the second last game of the weekend, so we will get down to it and make the final decision there. But I'm putting that to you people. You guys are going to make that vote. So if I lose the entire Superbru pool because of a fan vote, I will try not to hold a grudge and not hold it against you. But yeah, I thought had a bit of fun there. Connor says, are you doing the match tonight? Yes, I am. I'll be with you guys for tonight. I'll be with you guys for, looking at my schedule over here, this weekend. I'll be with you guys for tonight. I'll be there for tomorrow for Ireland versus Romania at 3:30, as well as England versus Argentina in the week, in the evening. I'll also then be with you for the South Africa versus Scotland game on Sunday. Apart from that, Rudy will be with you guys tomorrow for Australia versus Georgia, and Wesley will be taking you through Italy versus Namibia, Japan versus Chile, and Wales versus Fiji on Sunday. So the 3 of us will be doing the watch-alongs. We will be having panels from Reza. You're going to see Mark on the panel in the live fan fox as well. So yeah, again, as we've been saying, we will be live for every single game of the entire World Cup, including all 8 matches this weekend. So I'm sensing a France victory this evening. So immediately I'm going, France by how many? I don't think it's going to be a runaway. So I'm thinking France by 6. I'm thinking I think it'll be a bit of a close game. I think that France might win by more than a try, not a converted try necessarily. I think that 6, obviously, I think 2 penalties could be a decent margin. I think the France practice is going to be too strong, so I think that they will have that ascendancy, and I think if they can find some penalties, New Zealand were guilty of being pretty ill-disciplined against the Box a couple of weeks ago, then I think that France will be able to capitalize that. So I'm going to go with France by 6. That's kind of where I'm sitting there. What are we thinking? If there are any decisions or predictions that you disagree with, let me know in the comments. Let me know what you guys have picked for that game as well. We're closing out almost 200 people in the pool, by the way. So hopefully we can try and get over 200 people. We will accept latecomers throughout the tournament as well. So yeah, hopefully we will get us to well over 200. I'd like to get it up to the 500. In fact, it'd be really cool by the end of the tournament if we had over 1,000 people on the actual prediction league. There is prizes on the line. So why not, really? Same as the fantasy. Fantasy is looking pretty small at the moment, so your chances are looking pretty good. It's up to 76 at the moment. That's been a big jump from this morning, but hopefully you guys will all come and join us there. But yeah, it's going to be quite a cool week or month, really, 2 months of this. And I'm a dreadful fantasy player because I always forget to change my team, and I'm a dreadful predictor because I just generally always get it wrong. But for you guys, I'm happy to embarrass myself on a live stream for the good of the people, really, the good of the content. So I'm going with France by 6 in that pick. This for me, I see Italy really scoring a lot of points here. I think Italy are going to annihilate Namibia, to be honest. I think this Italian side is very capable of scoring points. In fact, Angie Capuzzo is going to be my first player into my fantasy team later when I do pick it. Yeah, let's see what everybody else reckons. But I think that's going to be, for me, I think that's a very good pick for a fantasy team. He's playing on the wing this weekend, for example. World Breakthrough Player of the Year for a reason. And I think that, yeah, I think he's going to score all the points, like literally all the points. And I think he's going to do a lot of this World Cup. In fact, I'm very excited to see exactly how Capuzzo does go in the World Cup. Such an exciting player, genuinely world class. Hello everybody, Stevie P here from Forever Sports, and I'm here to tell you about BoyleSports, the official betting partner of Forever Sports. Across all of our channels, they are one of the leading betting companies in the world and have recently launched in South Africa with an amazing offering. You can get a 1,000 Rand welcome offer. For the rugby, they are giving you 25% payout boost up to 2,000 Rand on the Springboks winning the World Cup, as well as an extra 50 Rand bet when you stake 250 more on rugby during the Rugby World Cup. It is your one-stop betting shop. That is BoyleSports. Come and join us in the community. Check the links in the description to sign up. Get yourself an account and make sure that you are winning big with BoyleSports. Which is pretty much ready to go there. But yeah, what are we thinking here? Give me some input here. So I'm going with France by 6 for that game. For Italy versus Namibia, I think Italy could be putting plus 25 points in them, to be honest. Yes, it is a World Cup, so sometimes there are a couple of people who sometimes teams pitch up and stuff like that. I just look at the two sides, and I think that I very much think that Italy are on the up. So I'm going to go Italy by quite a lot here, to be honest. I'm going to go Italy by maybe not by 25. I'm going to go Italy by 17. I think I do see Italy scoring a lot of points against Namibia. In fact, I'm going to go even bolder, Italy by 20. I think this Italian side can score tries. I think Montiel being back in there. I think Paolo Garbizzi is an exciting player. I think Angie Capuzzo can create something out of nothing. So I'm going to lock in that Italy by 20. I do think they're going to score all the points. Ireland versus Romania. This is not a case of who's going to win. This is not even a case of. This is just a case of how many and whether we can go high enough. Ireland have gone borderline full strength against the Romania side, which are not going to be able to cope with them at all. We kind of know this. Romania deep down will know this. They'll be out there to put up a bit of a fight, and they'll be spirited in the beginning, maybe. But they're not going to compete overall. I'm genuinely looking at like Ireland by 35 here, and I think even it could be more. I think they could be putting 50, 60, 70 points against them. So, I mean, do we go brave? I mean, go Ireland by 40, for example. I mean, I could see this being like a 60-20 or a 60-10 result. I genuinely do. I don't see how Ireland don't put in 60, 70 points on Romania. They're that good at the moment. And it's a World Cup, so maybe Romania will be spirited of their first game, so they might be up for it. Maybe Ireland will be a bit rusty. But it's such a good Irish side. They've got such good players and try scorers. They've got the ability to score lots of points that I think it's going to be an absolute runaway, to be honest. This game, on the other hand, I don't think it's going to be a runaway. I think that Australia versus Georgia will be a little bit tighter. I do think Australia are going to win. But I'm sort of sitting here, again, I'm sort of sitting at the sort of 7-8 point margin, to be honest. I think they will beat Georgia. But I think Georgia are quite a physical side that they won't go down without a fight. You know, I think that they will give a reasonably good account of themselves, and I think they're gonna have a go. So I'm really hoping that they do try and surprise Australia, who are there for the taking, really, in terms of in terms of just not being close to their best at the moment. You know, they have yet to win a game for under Eddie Jones. And I mean, I think this will be their first game that they do win under Eddie Jones, but I've yet to really see Australia look, apart from maybe one half against New Zealand. I don't see how they get much better during the tournament to be point of contenders, but I do think they beat Georgia. I don't think it'll be as easy as possible. But what do we think? You know, do we agree? Do we not agree in terms of that? I'm just trying to make sure that my other show is ready to go, so that we are that we can sort of move from one into another. Yeah, I'm sitting around that 8 point margin, and it could be more. I mean, again, at the end of the day, we haven't seen a lot from Australia. So if they were to suddenly pitch up and put in a performance that their players are capable of, they've got world class players, no doubt about that. Then maybe it could be quite a big margin. I do think Georgia are a side on the rise, and I do think that they're quite a stubborn side, and because they're physical and they're happy to defend, you know, I don't think they'll necessarily be blown away. So that's why I'm going by 8. I think if I was Australia, I'd take any win, to be honest, right now. Absolutely any win. But I do think that Georgia will put up a fight. I think genuinely, as the game goes on towards the end, I think Australia might pull away a bit. I think it'll be a lot closer for a longer period of time than Australia probably would really like. Which is what the World Cup's about. You know, we want to see teams, underdogs, you know, going and competing and giving us things to think about and making other teams sort of sit up and take notice. And that's kind of the whole point, isn't it, of World Cups, is to create that doubt, create that upset, to make things competitive. So hopefully Georgia will become a bit of a side like that. I think that Tonga and Fiji are going to be a side like that as well. I think they're not going to be the necessarily walkover sides they were a few years ago. They've got a lot better players there. There are a couple of injuries which are definitely going to affect that. But I do think that they are looking at a much better side overall than they were 4 years ago and 8 years ago in previous World Cup editions. So I'm going to go with 8 from Georgia. See a couple of comments coming through there. Where's my chat gone? Sean Farrell says, I said Georgia will put up a fight. Michelle said, I think New Zealand game against Boxers showed New Zealand their weak points and answers to needed questions. So I feel New Zealand going to come with a bang. New Zealand don't make the same mistakes twice. It's an interesting point. I think what was also interesting last night we were talking about is, you know, France have got that home advantage, but could that in fact count against them? Could that maybe, you know, could the occasion get to them? And we'll find out later, but I'm still backing a France victory. I'm backing Argentina victory here, and I'm actually thinking Argentina are going to win by about 5. I think it's going to be quite a close game. I think that England will pitch up and be a lot better than they have in the last few weeks. But Argentina have been playing good rugby. They've been growing. They've been getting better. I think that's the main thing. We've seen steady improvement from Argentina throughout the year. They're going into the side, not as underdogs, but in fact as favourites. And I think they'll get the job done against England on Saturday evening. I'll be obviously doing that watch along, so it'll be really cool to see Argentina beat England at a World Cup. That for me is going to be something really looking forward to seeing if they can do that. Because I do think that they've got the win there. Japan versus Chile. Again, this is a bit of a how many. Chile are into the World Cup. And I'm going to watch them, by the way. Which is quite cool. So I couldn't say I'd ever told you I was going to watch Chile play rugby. If I was going to watch Chile play sport, then it was always going to be footy, wasn't it? So if we look at the rankings, Chile are ranked down in 22nd. Japan ranked at 14th. I do think this Japan side has dropped off quite a lot. I don't think it's the Japan we saw a few years ago who could really compete and put in the, you know, the Brave Blossoms nickname was great when they're underdogs. But I kind of felt that, after the last World Cup, it was their time to sort of move away from being the brave blossoms in terms of we punch above our weight and start shifting their mentality, but to embracing the fact that they're not a bad rugby nation. They're putting a lot of money into rugby. You look at how much money all the guys are earning in the top league and stuff like that over there. They're not short of money. So I'd like to see them almost be a little bit more, I don't say arrogant, but confident about themselves and stop sort of pigeonholing themselves as these sort of underdogs all the time and start considering themselves a tier 1 nation. It's a bit of an attitude change, Wales at the moment are ranked really poorly, but no one's ever going to say that they're a tier 2 nation. And I think that is I think, a mentality switch that Japan need to make. So up against Chile, I think they will win, and I think I'm looking at about 12 points. We don't really know what to expect from Chile, do we? I can't say I've watched a lot of Chile, for example. I'd be lying if I said I did. Yeah, I think that Japan, if they get going quite early, could put in quite a few points. I mean, this could be a 20, 30-point win. But I'm nervous to make a big call on it because I've got zero information on Chile from my personal point of view. So yeah, that's what I'm going to go with. I think that could be quite cautious. And in this game, right, so I've got votes in the comments, and we've got a winner. So I'm going to end the poll there, which means that I am picking South Africa by 10 from the looks of it. That is chosen by you. So if I lose this, then it's kind of your fault. But yeah, you guys have chosen my RSA 1, so we've got RSA by 10, so South Africa beats Scotland by 10 points. And then the final game of the weekend is Wales versus Fiji. And I don't see, the problem is I don't know what to expect from Wales. I really don't. I've seen some good things from them this year. I've seen some terrible things from them this year. I really like some of the Welsh players. I think they've got some really, really good players. I don't know. I think it's too soon for them to be able to sort of shift into the World Cup mindset and be able to compete. And this Fiji side is playing with a lot of confidence, but they have lost a couple of key players. So I think the upset is on the cards from Fiji, but I don't think it's going to be a lot. So I'm going to go Fiji by 4. I do think we're in for a close game. It's a bit difficult because you kind of don't expect... We're not sure what to expect from either side. Fiji beat England a couple of weeks ago. Therefore, you'd sit there saying, I reckon that they're going to hammer Wales. But Wales, yeah, they didn't beat England. And a lot of people saying that shows you how bad that Wales side is. But that Wales side was playing the most experienced England side named in history, and that Welsh side had players making debuts, players playing out of positions. It was one of the most inexperienced young Welsh sides I've ever seen, and they made the England team look very average. I don't know how they didn't win, and some people were saying that should be need for an absolute meltdown. And Guan Gatton absolutely ripped into them and said it was unacceptable. But I watched that game and thought, actually, there's some players here. There are some players here for Wales that are worth being excited about. And I think they haven't been able to put it together as a team just yet. But individual talent-wise, there are players there. So I do think that Fiji are going to win it. That's my sneaky suspicion. And it would be an upset. As much as, that they're ranked higher, for example. It's the highest Fiji have ever been ranked in their history. And I would consider Fiji versus Wales an upset, regardless of what's going on at the moment between both things. Wales are the victim of an absolute disaster of an administration. And I think that has been a huge factor in, their performances this year. But the nice thing about a World Cup is you kind of start to put everything off the field behind you. You get away from Wales and you just try and focus on getting through the World Cup, making sure that you guys are as competitive as possible. And if they can do that, then I think they can still put up a fight. So I am backing an upset. I'm going to... It is an upset, but I'm going to continue to back it. So those are my picks then. If you guys can see that if I zoom in, I don't know if that helps at all. There we go. So we've gone France versus New Zealand. I've got France by 6, Italy by 20, Ireland by 40, Australia by 8, Argentina by 5, Japan by 12, South Africa by 10, and Fiji by 4. So I'm going to lock those in. And I'm not going to change them, so we will not be changing them. So don't worry, you can't call me a snake in the grass when all of a sudden, the picks come out and all of and those picks have changed. So we've got 187 people in the league. If you are not part of the league, go and join it right now and get part of it. I said you could win a supporters jersey, which is very cool. And that's it. We're going to be live in about half an hour's time. I'm going to be doing my fantasy team next, which is going to be even more of a bit of a joke, to be honest. But I'm a terrible fantasy player. In fact, I haven't played World Cup or Rugby Fantasy in about 8 years. So the last time I played, I think I was about 19. In fact, I don't even know. I'm not even sure if I did it in 2015. I think I might have. I think I did actually. So I was about 19 at the time. Long time ago. So come and have a laugh with me in about half an hour as I pick my fantasy team. I've done zero research. So it's not going to be a fantasy show of of good information and good advice. It's just going to be a fantasy show of let's try and help Steve find a team. So I really need sport for it, actually, to be honest, more than anything. Hello and welcome to Favorite Rugby on BoyleSports. For today's guide on how to watch the Rugby World Cup. The good news is the entire Rugby World Cup is being shown on a free-to-air broadcaster in the form of RTE2, which is an Irish broadcaster. Which means that if you're in Ireland or through the use of a virtual private network or a VPN, you can watch the entire Rugby World Cup on a free-to-air broadcaster without even having to log in, to do anything for free, basically. So if you have any questions, put them in the comments below and smash like on the video. But I'm about to show you exactly how you can watch all the action. So there's no excuse to miss anything. It has every single one of the 48 matches. And in case you need to know how to watch, in case you're still looking for a method to watch, then this is exactly how you can do it. Right, to watch the entire World Cup on a free-to-air broadcaster, which is RTE2, then this is what you need to do. First things first, you're going to get yourself a VPN, which is a virtual private network. Basically, what that is going to do is that is going to geolocate your device to make it seem as if you are in a different location, in this case, in Ireland, because that is where RTE is going to be free for the World Cup. Now, every single one of the 48 games will be shown RTE. So first things first, you're going to download a VPN. We recommend using ExpressVPN because it's tried and tested and worked. And so you're going to download, link in the description. The entire guide for exactly how this method works is in the description as well. So you're going to go and download ExpressVPN, install it. This is what it looks like. You're going to use those three dots on the right-hand side to bring up all the locations. You're going to go to Ireland and you're going to then click on Connected. Now, currently I'm connected, which means if I go to the RTE website, I'm not even signed in or anything like that, but I'm currently watching all on RTE over here, as you can hear now.
I got to take some notes.
So that is RTE2 right now, which is the channel that all 48 games will be live on. If as soon as I go to ExpressVPN and I turn it off, this suddenly will no longer be geolocating my device. It'll make it seem as if I'm in South Africa, because that is currently where I am. And I'm going to just refresh RTE in the background. And as soon as you're not connected to a VPN, this method will not work. But it is literally as easy as that. So all you have to do is get yourself a VPN and connect to Ireland. And over here, as soon as you're not, it says you cannot stream due to rights restriction. It's easy as that. ExpressVPN, Ireland server, watch every single game on RTE2. If you have any questions, put it down in the comments below. Otherwise, you can use this method for every single game up to the playoffs, quarters, semis, and final. And looking forward to seeing you guys all across the various watch-alongs. Please do smash like on the video. Please do subscribe to the channel as well. Thank you very much for watching. My name is Steven. I'll chat to you soon. Right, and we are live. Hello everybody and welcome to Forever Rugby on BoyleSports for today's Rugby World Cup daily news show. Apologies for being a bit late. We're supposed to be live about an hour ago, but unfortunately a couple of things on our side we had to change and sort of adapt to. As a result, we are a little bit late, but we will still be bringing you all the rugby news from the World Cup as we sit there and we build up for what is going to be a very exciting match tomorrow evening. France versus New Zealand, the opening game, and it's going to be a big clash. We've got a team announcement from Scotland, which will happen tomorrow. Quite a lot of team announcements happening today. Johnny Sexton is back, by the way. He has been named for Ireland tomorrow, and that'll be interesting to see exactly how he goes this weekend. First game back since the Six Nations this year. So quite a lot to talk about over the next sort of 25 to 30 minutes in our rugby news show. If you have any questions, get them into the comments as well. And I'm trying to think of a poll. So if you've got any ideas for a good poll. Hello everybody, my name is Stevie P and I'm here to tell you about Bitdefender, who are one of the BoyleSports channel partners. Bitdefender offers world-leading cybersecurity solutions which make sure that all your data is protected across all of your devices. We make sure that we are never compromised thanks to Bitdefender, and you should as well. Alongside their world-class cybersecurity needs, they also offer a world-class VPN, which not only hides and protects all your data and your internet privacy, but also allows you to access content from around the world using this VPN, which means you can unlock certain content which you might not otherwise have been able to watch, including live rugby across the world. So make sure you get Bitdefender. Check the description of all of our videos to get yourself a Bitdefender subscription. They are not only one of the world leaders, but also one of the most affordable options out there. So there really is a no loss of situation here. Get yourself Bitdefender, get yourself protected, and make sure that you are never compromised thanks to Bitdefender. If you go to put in the comments, please let me know. But yeah, lots to talk about over the next 20-25 minutes. There's a couple of announcements coming up on the channel as well, by the way, which should be quite exciting. So yeah, make sure you do smash like on the video, subscribe to the channel as well. We've got our official Superbru poll or league going, which has got well over 100 people already. We've launched our fantasy league, which we're going to put in the description now and try and get people onto that as well. So lots and lots of exciting things to announce. But basically, over the next sort of 20-25 minutes, we're talking about World Rugby Spygate. We're going to be talking a little bit about Johnny Sexton. We're going to be talking about some of the teams that have been announced, as well as some of the sort of the general news. We're talking a little bit about Rassie Erasmus, who has decided to go and create a little bit of, I wouldn't say controversy, but a bit of mind games already happening from the Springbok director of rugby, who has unfollowed every single person on his personal Twitter except for one account, and we'll talk about that a little bit as well. So quite a lot to get through in the next 20-25 minutes. If you are new to the channel, we are past the 39,000 subscriber mark, so thank you to all those who did help us get past there yesterday. If you are new to the channel, smash like on the video, subscribe to the channel. This new show will happen every single day, and so much talk about, and this is before the World Cup starts, let alone once it does officially start, and then we are really into the thick of things. So what I want to start with is I want to talk about the Spygate, in inverted commas. There is apparently a big World Rugby or World Cup Spygate which is happening, and an interesting story. We saw this back in the last World Cup, so this is not something new, but an interesting aspect to add. And the big thing is, and what makes it so interesting is how little details there are about it. So this is a story that came out initially on Thursday, on Tuesday, and also sort of as a bit of an update on it yesterday after the All Blacks were asked about it. But the Telegraph in the UK wrote a story, and the headline was "Rugby World Cup plunged into spy row after team expressed fears." It was an exclusive to the Telegraph. And what the Telegraph said is that a leading Tier 1 nation is understood to have asked World Rugby for clarifications about sanctions for any team found spying, and that any advantage for some tactics could prove decisive in what is expected to be the most competitive World Cup since 1987, apparently. So basically, Telegraph Sport are saying that they understand that there is a belief that training sessions have been spied on by international teams in recent years. So that is completely separate to a specific event in recent years. Sources close to the Lions back in 2021 say that there were major concerns that their training had been observed by South Africa during the 2021 tour, and use of espionage, all the big words out here, espionage, to gain an advantage in Test rugby has been an ongoing concern and a bone of contention. So in this particular instance, they are saying, or basically loosely saying, that apparently the Springboks were accused or thought of to be spying on the British and Irish Lions back in 2021. Eddie Jones raised similar concerns during the World Cup in Japan 4 years ago, saying that New Zealand may have been recording England's training sessions ahead of their semi-final in Yokohama. So Jones said that the England security team, including one of Prince Harry's former bodyguards, apparently as relevant, became aware of someone using a long lens camera to film their entire training station from the balcony of a nearby apartment overlooking their training pitch. As a result, he joked that England had sent a member of staff to spy on the All Blacks. Further to that, in Martin Bayfield, who's a former British and Irish lock, revealed that England had spied on an entire training session by Australia ahead of their quarterfinal in 1995 World Cup. Security at the East Team venue has been described as extremely tight, including police officers guarding training venues and team hotels in what is thought to be a dry run ahead of the Olympic Games in Paris next year. They said that, this is still the Telegraph article, by the way, one said that the security provision included 6 police officers attached to the team with the same number of private security personnel also patrolling the team hotel. The concerns are that their presence is primarily to combat any terrorist threat and help with travel to and from training rather than monitoring any spying or cheating from both teams. This is a quote so one source said that it is important to know what the sanctions are if a team is caught spying, given what is on the line. Is it a points deduction or a fine? The stakes could not be higher. Apparently, World Rugby have been contacted and asked to comment, but they have declined to comment on the thing. So it says that the new regulations, which apply to the World Cup, said that teams are permitted 2 dedicated water carriers, for example, during the thing, neither of which can be director of rugby or head coach, and they must remain in the technical zone. Obviously, that's the whole water carriers thing. But basically, there's a big thing about potentially teams spying on each other to try and gain an advantage. Now, Ian Foster was asked about this situation yesterday, and he said, "Welcome to the World Cup." He said, "It wasn't us, but was anyone spying on us? No one knows who asked or who was spying, but the speculation is rife." So he says that there's a lot of pressure on people react different ways. It's an exciting time, and everyone's looking for an edge. So he then said that we are pretty confident. We've been training alone, but who knows? So they're saying they're not worried about spies. Some of us play golf. There's been a bit of cards, but just anything really, said Bowden Barrett, in terms of how they're sort of remaining off. But basically, there's no proof at this stage, or major proof, nor any sort of certainty regarding if there has been any sort of spying by team or who's been trying to spy and stuff. But that is the current accusation, that a tier 1 side reckon that they have been spied upon, and they are therefore sort of raising the alarm and trying to understand what the punishment would be if a team is if the team has in fact been spied on. So we wait and see, don't we? We wait and see. It's an interesting thing, isn't it? Because there's no doubt that if you can film training sessions, that you could find an advantage. You know, there's no doubt that teams are busy running patterns, that teams are looking at certain tactics to try and get an edge. You know, that's not up for debate, really. You know, teams will be doing that, obviously. And so if you know all of a sudden the Springboks are actually practicing a very much a running-based game and not a forward-dominant game, you can then prepare for that. But it's an interesting thing to try and control, because, you know, you're never going to be in a isolated space. There's always going to be areas around you. People have got drones. People have got long lenses. There are lots of different ways that people can try and find ways to try and watch on what's going on. So it's quite a difficult thing to really stop, isn't it? But it is an interesting thing. And I think the big thing that people are asking is that they're not sitting there saying we can't stop it. But what is the sanction if they do? You know, are teams going to be penalized? Are teams going to be deducted fines and stuff like that? What is the chat? So, yeah, so going to some of the comments. So, earlier, Monsieur Arteta saying is weak teams, weak individuals who spy. Play your own game and focus on your own World Cup. Leandro says, August TV worth of the wait. So thank you for waiting for the show. Michelle says, watching other teams practice is not going to make your game better. Just all noise again can't have a World Cup without drama. Albert reckons that I bet Ireland said French was spying, saying that a drone with a good zoom can easily spy. Maybe that's why the box requests permission to leave the team early. So it's an interesting thing. As I said, I don't think you'll ever be able to really stop it. If a team really wants to spy on another team, I don't think you'll be able to successfully stop it. I think there is far too much room for error, and there's far too much possibility and space to be able to get it done. The question I think people are now asking is, if it does happen and when it does happen and they get caught, what is the punishment? Are we talking about a points deduction? Are we talking about a monetary fine? And all of a sudden, all of a sudden we need to talk about, as I said, I think some teams think that other teams are, and whether they're willing to then go to World Rugby and say, listen, as South Africa, we think Scotland are spying on us, we've got the proof. But I think a lot of people want to understand what would actually happen if they did have proof. What can you and can't you do in your build-up? Obviously, I don't think you can just go and throw up a drone and go watch the entire practice. So it's an interesting scenario, isn't it? And I think it's something that a lot of these teams are going to have to adapt to. Again, what's interesting is the fact that the core crux of the article and the conversations are not about if somebody is spying, but more that they are, and if they were to be caught doing it, what is the punishment? What will happen to the teams that are found guilty to have done so? So we wait and see, though. We have to wait and see on exactly what will happen. I don't want to talk too much about it because there's not a lot of information readily available about the concept. Hello everybody, my name is Stevie P and I'm here to tell you about Bitdefender, who are one of the Forever Sports channel partners. Bitdefender offers world-leading cybersecurity solutions which make sure that all your data is protected across all of your devices. We make sure that we are never compromised thanks to Bitdefender, and you should as well. Alongside their world-class cybersecurity needs, they also offer a world-class VPN, which not only hides and protects all your data and your internet privacy, but also allows you to access content from around the world using this VPN, which means you can unlock certain content which you might not otherwise have been able to watch, including live rugby across the world. So make sure you get Bitdefender. Check the description of all of our videos to get yourself a Bitdefender subscription. They are not only one of the world leaders, but also one of the most affordable options out there. So there really is a no loss of situation here. Get yourself Bitdefender, get yourself protected, and make sure that you're never compromised thanks to Bitdefender. What I do want to talk about is Rassie Erasmus, who is up to his usual games. I tell you what, we don't deserve Rassie. He is such a laugh. He is so dramatic at times, so loves the drama, and always very contentious. So Rassie Erasmus has updated his Twitter. I think that's a good way of saying it. Rassie Erasmus has updated his Twitter, and he's unfollowed absolutely every single person. The only person he is following is Scottish Rugby. He's got, I think it's 120,000 subscribers. I can check however many subscribers he has. But he's only following one person, and that is Scotland Rugby. He's done this before, by the way. As I said, he's got such a good sense of humor from. So yeah, he's got 136,000 subscribers. The last tweet he made was about the World Cup, but he's only currently following one person, and that is Scotland Rugby. He is the master of mind games. A lot of people talking about the fact that is why we announced our team yesterday, so that mind games and try and sort of make it seem as if we are. That we don't really care what Scotland do, and try and get Scotland to focus on us rather than them. So whatever the reasons are, how much we talk about where the mind games are, where the mind games aren't, Rassie Erasmus is somebody who likes to just add a bit of spice, a little bit of extra things to any sort of proceedings. And he has decided to go and follow Scotland as his only follower account on his Twitter to just add a bit of something to it, which is good fun. I enjoy that. I think it's a good banter. But yeah, anyway, Albert was saying maybe that's why the Box requested permission to release the team early with regards to the whole spying thing. I think that has more to do with the fact that we had those real big issues with leaks during the British and Irish Lions series where the team was coming out early. So he says, I wonder how the set plays and moves works at the international level, like how often the teams switch up their calls. Surely you can get all the info you need for just studying past games. I think you can get a lot of info, but obviously, for example, South Africa had the move in inverted commas that they used the last World Cup. And if that's never been used before, you can't prepare for what you've never seen. So there is always going to be one or two things that you might be holding back, for example. Albert saying, I don't trust the French or the English. Anthony, hopefully we sorted out the output volume. Michelle saying that how much you want to bet this will become an excuse if one of the top teams lose. Well, we'll wait and see, won't we? Maybe it's a valid excuse, maybe it's not a valid excuse. But until something happens and until there's proof that it did happen, it's all just speculation, isn't it, at the end of the day? Other news is that there are a couple of team announcements which have happened, and Johnny Sexton is back. And can we have a moment of silence for Romania? Because the team that Scotland have named for this weekend is very, very strong. Let's talk about it, shall we? So this is the team that they have named for Romania on the weekend. It is Andrew Porter, Rob Herring, Tyke Furlong, Joe McCarthy, James Ryan, Tyke Byrne, Peter O'Mahony, Caelan Doris, Jamison Gibson Park, Johnny Sexton, James Lowe, Bundy Aki, Gary Ringrose, Keith Earls, Hugo Keenan. The replacements are Ronan Kelleher, Jeremy Lauman, Tom O'Toole, Ian Henderson, Josh van der Fleer, Conor Murray, Jack Crowley, Robbie Henshaw. I mean, that is an absolute mental 23. Interesting is that Johnny Sexton is the captain of the squad, and yet Caelan Doris has been named captain of the team for the weekend. But he's back. Johnny Sexton is back. And I saw a list yesterday, and it was a list of the top fly-halves in the world. And he was ranked down at 8. But below Jalabert, below Libok, I sat there going, how can you have watched Johnny Sexton over the last 2 years and not consider him one of the top 4 best fly-halves in the world? And someone said, oh, he hasn't played any rugby he's played 8 games in the last 12 months. He played 4 out of 5 Six Nations games this year. He won every single match he played in, by the way, scoring 35 points. He started last year when they beat the Box. He has been one of the top standout fly-halves for a long time. And if you don't think he is, then I don't think you've been watching a lot. Whether you like him or you don't like him, he has been one of the top fly-halves in the world for the last 2 years. He was, in fact, nominated for World Player of the Year last year. He's a top player. So if you don't, with regards to what you think about him, if you don't rate him, then you don't rate him at your own peril. But that is an absolute mental squad to be named. I mean, Josh van der Fleer, World Player of the Year, on the bench. You struggle to see where they get much stronger, to be honest. Yes, Van der Fleer probably comes in for Tyke Byrne. He probably switches to number 4 lock and plays Joe McCarthy. I personally think Robbie Henshaw should be starting, and then Mac Hansen ahead of Keith Earls. That's the only way I think that this island side get any stronger, and it's still an incredibly strong island side. So. Yeah, I think that they've gone full strength. They want to make sure they go out there, have a bit of a hit out, get the business done against Romania. I think they'll rotate again next weekend, and obviously then go full strength for the Box in 2 weeks' time. So, but it's an interesting side. It is a very interesting side. There's no doubt about it. Other team announcements is that we can look a little bit about the Italian team. We're going to look at the Australian team. So if you look at the Australia team, Taniela Tupou is set to make his 50th appearance for Australia. He has been named in the starting lineup, which is as follows. It is Angus Bell, David Parecki, Taniela Tupou, Richard Arnold, Will Skelton, Tom Hooper, Fraser McGrath, Rob Valentini. That is your pack. Then it is Tate McDermott, Carter Gordon, Marikai Korobetti, Samuel Karevi, Jordan Bataya, Mark Nawangani Tawase, Ben Donaldson at 15, which is an interesting call. And then off the bench, it is Matt Faisler, Blake Shrupp, Zane Nongo, Robert Liotta, Langi Geeson, Nick White, Lalakai Fiketti, and Suli Valivalu. It's a very inexperienced bench. Yeah, I mean, Brendan Donaldson's never played fullback in his career for Australia. This is literally his first ever international match. He's played 2 caps off the bench, and mostly at fly half. I think he's come off at full back, but mostly at fly half for 83 minutes total of the Test rugby he has played. It's an incredibly inexperienced side. Eddie Jones is just rolling the dice here, isn't he? Will Skelton is the captain. He'll be making his captaincy debut. And ironically, he made his captaincy debut in the last game at the same venue. He became the first lock cap to captain Australia in a Rugby World Cup since Dean Mum back in 2015. So it's a second game as captain, but yeah, a bit of a shock captain candidate, wasn't Will Skelton? I'm not sure it's the right decision, to be perfectly honest. Italy have also named their side. It is as follows. They are going to be playing against Namibia on Saturday. It is Daniele Paschetti, Giacomo Nicotera, Simone Ferrari, Dino Lam, Federico Razza, Sebastian Negri, Michel Lamora, captain, Lorenzo Canoni, who I think is absolutely brilliant, Stephen Varney at number 9, Paulo Garbizzi at 10, Montana Ioane, Monty Ioane is back, Andrew Capuzzo is at 14, by the way, the World Bakery Player of the Year, Tommaso Allen is at 15, your centre pairing for the Italians are Luca Marizzi and Jean Ignacio Brecht. Your replacements are Hammer Fiver, Ivan Nima, Marco Ricciani, David Ceci, Manuel Zuliano, Martin Pedrello, Paolo Odogwu, and Pierre Bruno. So those are the Italians that have been named to play against Namibia this weekend. Hopefully all the South Africans are really rooting for our, northern, slightly, still Southern African neighbours, but more north than we are. They're up against Italy this weekend. I think Italy should have a pretty straightforward time in going to beat them, but we'll wait and see. Going to some of the comments over here. Albert says Sexton is unlikable. Michelle says if you want to have bragging rights and beating teams, you want to play against their full strength sides. Saif says Ireland has a phenomenal side, but the toughest run this tournament. Essentially 2 more warm-up games for them, then knockout rugby, hard road to the title. How cool a surname like Ferrari is, and then he's a prop just to really just to really sort of add a bit of irony to him that Simone Ferrari is in the front row. And a tight end as well. We were not generally your fastest players. But that's pretty much the news we've got so far for today. We'll be live once again tomorrow for our new show, so please do come and join us then. If you are new to the channel, please do smash like on the video. Please do subscribe to the channel as well. Thank you very much for watching. My name is Steven. And we are live. Good evening, everybody. Hello and welcome to Forever Rugby on Forever Sports. After all these months, after many months of anticipation, of chat, of some shitty banter, lots of huge calls, huge debates, we are finally here. It is World Cup Eve. Tomorrow we are what? I mean, we are literally 26 hours away. 26 hours and 40 minutes to be very precise from kickoff of the World Cup, and to speak about the entire World Cup, to get some bold predictions heading into the weekend. I am joined by Capman Chris. I'm joined by Wildman Wes, and really we need to find a catchy nickname for you. Yeah, I've got nothing, so I'm back on that one. I thought I had something. It was all working really well. We need to.
I couldn't even think of one either.
Yeah, thanks for the help. I was waiting for something to jump out here. We'll have to go back to
waiting for Rudy to say something. Just,
Gentlemen, how are we?
Yeah, good, Stevie. Thanks, man.
Yeah, all
good. Well, Steve. Excited.
We open our presents tomorrow. We open the presents tomorrow.
Can the World Cup just begin now, please, man?
Yeah, no, listen, to be fair, I've got so much to do before tomorrow night's game. I wouldn't mind if we actually sort of delayed it a day, but apart from that, we'll get ourselves sorted. Big game ahead, big weekend ahead. And as Brad B says in the comments, it's time to cook. Chris is going to be cooking up some bets. Finn Russell is hopefully not going to cook this weekend. Marty Liebach's going to cook this weekend, and hopefully we're going to see some. I want to see some big results. I want to see some upsets this weekend. I want to see some great World Cup moments, and basically what's going to happen over the next hours, we're going to look at some of the fixtures, some of the key fixtures. There's a good game every single day. Lots of different action throughout the weekend. We're going to do a couple of quick fire predictions, both for the weekend and maybe sort of the entire World Cup. Might even ask for the guys to give their winners of the entire World Cup, so we'll sort of see how that goes. But if you are new to the show, welcome. If you are new to the channel, welcome. We have recently gone past 39,000 subscribers. Hopefully going past the 40,000 subscriber mark tomorrow. That is the plan. So welcome to everybody who is new to the channel. Before we go any further, I'd like to give a big shout out to our sponsors, BoyleSports, and a big shout out to them for helping powering the stream. They are one of the channel partners that we got. If you do not already, go and get yourself a BoyleSports account. And we are then going to get Chris to give us a couple of bets for the weekend. And we're going to put the money where the mouth is. A pretty good return on investment so far. So hopefully our money man keeps bringing home the bacon. But there's a couple of nice promotions this weekend for BoyleSports. So go get yourself an account. We'll put the link in the description. Well, the link is in the description. We'll put it in the chat as well. So you can get yourself sorted ahead of the weekend and make sure that you are ready to go. Right, Rudy, I'm going to throw this down to you in the Eastern Cape. France versus New Zealand tomorrow. How are we feeling for that game? We've seen the teams. What do you think in terms of the occasion, in terms of the match itself? What are some of your initial thoughts about tomorrow night's opening fixture?
So France, to me, had the upper hand being the host nation. But more than that, I think the team is at a point now where they can really back up that not just being the label of the host nation. Now they can actually really challenge. So having that extra support behind them will make a difference. Whether the All Blacks can counter that, I'm not so sure, because they'll be missing a guy like Shannon Frizzell, for example. Obviously, France have a few injuries. But I think it's leaning, my mind and heart and brain is actually leaning towards a France victory. And it's not going to be easy. But I think for the All Blacks, that last game against the Springboks might have unsettled them a little bit, just enough for France to actually push this one through. So I'm going with a France win. We set up Pool A. And obviously for us in Pool B, a quarterfinal potentially should New Zealand lose and we top our group to get to the All Blacks. I know that's a bit preempted, but yeah, tomorrow night, France to win.
Wes, agree? Disagree?
Yeah, no, I think I'm agreeing with that one there. I think, yeah, France have been, I think, the better informed team. I think, New Zealand have shown some good form over this past year. But if you look at last year, they were not quite the New Zealand team we were used to. But you couldn't ask for much more better of an opening game, could you? The host nation, the champagne rugby of the French that are in form, and then against, arguably, factually, probably the best rugby team in the world. So, I mean, what an opening game that we've got, which is going to be fantastic. But I am concerned about the French injuries. I think there have been some significant injuries, and that France team has been in good form with the right combinations. And it's just going to come down to a question of, are there new combinations with the players that they've got in as substitutes going to be just as good? Can they pull off that form that the French team are used to?
Yeah, I think the injury is obviously a big part. I mean, in terms of the World Cup, no Paul Willemse, no Romain Intermac, two huge losses. For tomorrow specifically, no Surabai and no Jonathan Dante. Chris, those injuries, how important are not having, I think all for us, but I mean, I think if you look at like a team 1 through to 15, not having your best prop, not having your enforcer, not having your playmaker, not having your inside center are pretty key positions within the actual team itself. How do they cope?
Yeah, these injuries in the build-up is really throwing a spanner, hasn't it? Because if they were both at full strengths teams, I had France, and I still have France.
Yeah, now we've lost Chris.
But against the grain, yeah, I like New Zealand. Am I still there?
Yeah, now you're back.
Yeah, I just think the team. I think Willemse, by all the guys you mentioned, Dante are huge losses for France. I particularly don't like that Frizzell and Jordy Barrett are out for New Zealand as well. But I just think it's a massive game. I think France can lose this game and still win the World Cup, and that's what I predict. I think they're just going to catch New Zealand at the wrong time here. It's going to be a massive occasion. I'm not going to write off that this occasion gets to the French team and then they build their way into the World Cup. I'm calling a New Zealand 3-point win.
New Zealand 3-point win, right. So we've got 2 goes with France, 1 for New Zealand. I still actually can't really call it, to be honest. I sort of flip flop again. I think
get off the fence.
No, well, so look, I'm supporting France. I'd like to see France win. I think it'll be, I think the occasion deserves a French win. For me, I think a lot of it comes down to the pack battle, and I don't see New Zealand coping with that French pack personally. I think even without a poor
the three
Willemse.
loose forwards, open sides, don't they? Light back row. But then Willemse out, does that? They got a light lock pair, and you would think for France. So do you think that offsets it? So that's why I see an equal battle potentially.
See, the problem is, I think a lot of it comes down to the New Zealand locks. I think if those two can get a bit of ascendancy, a bit of physicality, I think that'll go a long way. Obviously, Artie Sevilla as well. I think Artie Sevilla was doing for Gregory Alger. I don't see much in between them. But I think when Francois Kroos, Charles Olivan, and Gregory Alger when they're all on song as a trio, I don't see too many better trios for them in the world. I do think they're going to miss Paul Willemse. I think they are going to miss that sort of physicality. I think Superbru as well is a huge miss. Because I think scrum-wise, I think Ethan de Groot holds his own. I'm not convinced that Nepalua Lala is going to be able to cope. Would have been able to cope with Superbru, so I think maybe that's even things up. But yeah, I mean, I try to sort of look at it as 1-1-1-1-1 type situation, and I still think the French pack is better. I'll tell you where I do think France are a lot better than New Zealand. I think that the bench coming off is a lot stronger. There's some big boys coming off the bench for France, and I think we saw 2 weeks ago that if you can start to bully New Zealand and be able to bring on a couple of big boys, then you can put them off. But yeah, I'm very keen to see I mean Mathieu Jalibert. Let's talk about him a little bit. Romain Ntamack is obviously world class. We all know, arguably one of the best, if not the best player from the world rugby at the moment. Getting that injury now, Mathieu Jalibert has not played a lot of rugby over the last two years for France. All of a sudden, from going sort of second fiddle, the other option is a bit like Manibak. All of a sudden, now you're thrust into holding the nation's hopes on his shoulders. He's a good player. He has kind of fallen out of favour a little bit, and maybe being a victim of purely just not being Romain Ntamack. But how do you think he's feeling, and how much rests on him tomorrow night?
Yeah, no, I mean, it's such a tough position. And as you were saying things there, I just thought, it must be like similar to Marnie's case, not necessarily being the choice fly half. I mean, okay, Marnie, I don't even think was sort of second, choice where he just sort of rose up quite quickly because he had to out of necessity. But, this is what the World Cups are for, the sort of make or break moments, the sink or swim. I think, as a French fan, talking about like I'm obviously sort of Springbok supporter, I think, I can look and go, okay, well, if things don't go their way and he doesn't play the greatest, you can forgive him, but I'm sure the French will be ruthless, like as the Springbok fans are with Marnie. No one, when Marnie misses some kicks, no one goes, oh, he's not been, it's absolutely ruthless. Yeah. So I think there'll be a lot of pressure on him, but I think given the right guys around him, and that's where the teammates and the experience of an Antoine Dupont comes in, and the other sort of senior guys in the team, and just to really cool his head and just to let him just do what he needs to do. As you said, he's a great player, he's a good player, and just do what you do, and then we'll function around you. So yeah, I mean, hoping he has a cracking one, because you really do want to see that French team fire. Like this is as you say, this is what World Cups are for.
Yeah, I mean, we're heroes are made type thing, You mentioned a player who it's I suppose it's kind of set to be his World Cup. Rudy, let's talk about Antoine Dupont for a second. Captain of France, 26 years old. He's won 2 out of the last 3 World Player of the Years. He's been the best player in the world post 2019 World Cup for a while now, and he's now captaining the host side in a World Cup. This is all set up to be his tournament. Do you think he's someone that can cope with the pressure? And if they go all the way, are we going to be sitting there talking? I mean, do you think that he's one of those players that if they go all the way, he'll be sitting there as one of the best players in the tournament?
I definitely do think so. I think he's absolutely world class. It's obviously unfortunate for the fly half loss for France, but I think if it were the fact that they lost Dupont at 9 and had Ntamack at 10, it maybe would have made more of a negating impact. But the fact that Dupont is there, he's the captain that steers the ship in the direction in which Wes mentioned the champagne rugby the French like to play. And then you have the exciting backs like Damien Penaud, Thomas Ramos outside, who sort of rely on his guidance. And him at 9, I think the ability to way his rugby IQ, could I call it, is so much above a lot of players, and yet they're all playing on the same international playing field. So I think that's going to make a difference. There's just those X-factor players. We talk the Kane and Moody's. and he's definitely one of them. So they're going to be reliant on him. I don't think they would want to ever imagine a scenario where they would lose him at scrum off and perhaps have the replacement 9 come in, because that will really throw the spanner in the works for the French. So Dupont at 9, crucial, and I think he's definitely one where we talk MVP of the tournament. I know it's obviously we haven't played a game, but he's world class, man.
Yeah, not to together. He's such a fun player to watch, really, and just can just do everything. And let's talk about a bit about the backline battle, Chris. 2 inside centers for either team that we didn't probably predict. You know, Geordie Barrett. We were kind of hoping to see a Geordie Barrett versus Jonathan Dante clash would have been really, really good. Now you've got the youngster in a Mofana inside there for France, and then you've got Anton Leonard-Brown. It's kind of back in the mix for All Blacks player. I've always been a huge Anton Leonard-Brown fan, so I'm interested to see how he goes. So, but especially that center combination, Gael Figu versus Rico Awani, the matchups there. Pino versus Mark Talea, Will Jordan versus Gavin Vailly. I mean, Ramos, Bowden Barrett. It's just every single position in the backline you sit there. It's just such a tasty battle. Which ones are you looking forward to?
Yeah, and I'm looking to the whole battle, Steve. Both those backlines, but it is the inside center that's issue. That's the worry for them and for both, and could have messed up the spectacle, because Geordie Barrett seemingly was in form, but he's had a lot of sticks since the South African game. And then you have a Havili, who was the kind of the incumbent, who had been playing more so for the All Blacks at 12. And I mean, Ella Leonard-Brown's been playing, has come in and done the job, but I don't know about you guys. Well, I feel that Havili is a much better player. I mean, Leonard-Brown could do the job, but I think it equalizes the center channel for sure. And I think then from outside there, it's even Stevens. I think the battle's going to be quite even, but I do think at the moment, sure, like guys are saying, Dupont is by far the superior scrum off, even at this stage of Smith's career. So I think we're looking at the best player that's probably ever played the game right now. I would say Dupont, really, when it comes to it. So I think it's going to be down. I thought that Dupont, Intermac and Dante, that access was very big key KPI for them. If they stuck together, they needed that access, and that access now is gone. So now, like Rudes was saying, they literally they can't afford Dupont to fall. Dupont's now, it's all on his shoulders now. He has to be there right to the end. So yeah, but I'm looking forward to that. I'm it's a little bit of a downer for me that those two centers, Dante and Barrett, are out, because I thought going full-fledged, fully fit would have been better. I just worry there could be a little bit slower, maybe mistakes than I'm not saying the mistakes, but they're not the same players, so it's going to look a little bit different.
Yeah, I mean, I think I agree. I think those two players, I mean, physically as well, 2 massive players, running that inside center channel, both very good skill sets, very good all-around players. So I do think the game is poor to not have them tomorrow. So in terms of the comments, get your comments and questions in, by the way, throughout the show. And so I see that in the chat we have got Cabba675, got Grant Swartz saying that year delaying the World Cup is madness. Yeah, I apologize, I'm just not very organized. Louis Vandenberg saying, hi guys, ready for the World Cup to start, go Boca. Dylan saying, All Blacks will take it. The unsettlement will be just enough to get their butts into gear. Joe says, All Blacks lose first game, then win the Rugby World Cup. Grant says, I'd rather the Box face the French in the quarterfinal. They get stronger the longer they stay in the comp. JJ saying, also went New Zealand by 3. Evan saying, with injuries and disruption, France to lose. But out of nowhere, New Zealand try. New Zealand by 3 to 5 points. Matthew Dixon say, I think we could end up with New Zealand versus France or a Box versus Ireland final. Joe Peter saying New Zealand have 3. Blind Wonder saying New Zealand had, after they lost to us, they will perform. So New Zealand by 12. So quite a lot of different predictions there. Yeah.
I honestly believe that the emotion can get to France tomorrow. I genuinely believe that. I think they could oversight themselves up tomorrow.
So it's a blessing and a curse, eh? The whole home ground, Stade de France,
they might not. Like Springboks in '95, and there might be other examples. They might not, but I am France. They are a side that's proven that could happen. So, and New Zealand, I think New Zealand are going to be really focused. So, yeah, I think. That's what I hope not. I hope they come out, but I'm worried that France come out flat.
Just from my side, just coming back to the centre pairings, it'll be interesting to see for the All Blacks what sort of game plan they implement should they be put under a lot of pressure, especially in the first half with Anton Leonard-Brown? What do they do to relieve that pressure off 10? Because they normally, like Chris mentioned, Havili is a better player in being more versatile. He can clear for touch better. So what do that sort of how that will play out will be interesting.
Yeah, I think there's so many intricacies, I think, to this particular match. I think we could talk
I'm
about this
super surprised that Leonard Brown starts him. I don't understand why Havili's not, but we're not the coach, we're not Foster, but I don't get it because Havili and Richie Mwanga often play well together, really feed off each other so well. So I don't quite get I'm not a coach, but for me it's interesting because I much prefer Havili as a player.
Yeah, as I said, I think there's a lot that we can talk about with regards to this particular matchup, and I think there's so much to. I mean, the small sort of battles and there's players we haven't even mentioned that are so important. I mean, for example, I think Julian Marchand is an absolutely brilliant player. I think he's gonna, but at the same time, I think Cody Taylor, for all that he's getting on in years, has seems to be sort of almost getting a bit better this year. So there's so many different matchups. There's a lot of players. I mean, Thibaut Clement is a fun player to watch. So Scott Barrett's playing the best rugby I've ever seen him play. So there's a lot of different matchups, and we can talk about that a lot. But we do have a lot of different rugby to get through for this weekend. So I want to shift our focus a little bit to the box and talk about that, and then we'll sort of talk about some of the other fixtures. And I want to talk about the title of the show, which is Rassie up to his usual mind game. So in case you haven't seen it, Rassie Erasmus has pulled a Rassie Erasmus. First of all, the box had to seek special permission yesterday, by the way, to announce our team early. Only team to have done that. And then Rassie Erasmus has a Twitter account, or X, or whatever it is, where he has 136,000 followers. And he has unfollowed every... Hello everybody, my name is Stevie P, and I'm here to tell you about Bitdefender, who are one of the Forever Sports channel partners. Bitdefender offers world-leading cybersecurity solutions, which make sure that all your data is protected across all of your devices. We make sure that we are never compromised thanks to Bitdefender, and you should as well. Alongside their world-class cybersecurity needs, they also offer a world-class VPN, which not only hides and protects all your data and your internet privacy, but also allows you to access content from around the world using this VPN, which means you can unlock certain content which you might not otherwise have been able to watch, including live rugby across the world. So make sure you get Bitdefender. Check the description of all of our videos to get yourself a Bitdefender subscription. They are not only one of the world leaders, but also one of the most affordable options out there. So there really is a no loss of situation here. Get yourself Bitdefender, get yourself protected, and make sure that you're never compromised thanks to Bitdefender. Every person on his personal account, except for one account, which is the Scottish national team. So Rassie up to his mind games. I mean, where's the early team announcement? Rassie on X. He knows how to create a bit of a sideshow, doesn't he?
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, just what nonsense. But I mean, that's all it is. It's absolute nonsense. But yeah, look, I'm not gonna sit here and criticize the man. He's gonna try to do some stuff. I mean, what does that achieve? Gain.
Do you know what kills me is I can just see him sitting he's at the team lunch. He's sitting on the phone, and you can just see him sitting there unfollowing everybody and going, yeah. And the little kick he's got in his face going, I know this is going to piss people off. This is going to piss people off, and I love it.
Exactly. I really wonder when he came up with this idea, like, was it a eureka moment? Was he eating dinner? Was he on the loo? Was he kicking a rugby ball? Like, where he just goes, you know what I'm going to do? You know what's really going to mess with the Scottish? I'm going to unfollow everyone except it. It's like such a weird thing, but I mean, let's see.
Well, the main thing is it gets people talking, doesn't it? So I think there's a bit of mind games and stuff like that. There's also a story that I spoke about on my daily news show that apparently a top tier one, a leading, I think is the word the Telegraph used, a leading tier 1 nation has approached World Rugby to find out what the consequence would be if another team is caught spying on some of the teams with. So already a couple of early accusations, there's a bit of spying going on. So there's quite a lot of controversy, and the corner doesn't even started yet. So there's a lot of really a bit of controversy floating around. But let's talk a little bit about the Springboks side that was named. Now, in terms of injuries, an available selection were apparently Jean Klein as well as Canan Moody. I'm trying to decide if they would have been involved. I think Canan Moody could very well have started on the wing ahead of Orense, and I think that Jean Klein could very well have been on the bench. We could have gone with 2 locks and one and 1 flame. But Rude's an interesting side. I think Jasper Wiese starting, for example, is quite interesting. Damien Willemse starting is quite interesting. What are some of your thoughts on the side that was named yesterday?
It's an exciting team. Obviously, they're making a statement that they definitely want to go out and demolish the Scots, which we're going to do. And we can invite all the Scottish people to come and spy on our training. They're not going to figure anything out because we're just going to overpower them. With guys like Eben Etzebeth, obviously in the forwards, Dwayne Vermeulen coming off the bench. I think the balance is right. I think it's time, we've been speaking about it, to back Mani Lebok with his exciting play. I think with his goal-kicking coach, if I'm not mistaken, from the Stormers, apparently gave him a call, obviously, and they fixed 1 or 2 technical things. I think that won't be as much of an issue as we were worried about before. And then we've got the experience of the bench. Even though it's a 6-2 split bench, we've got the likes of Willie Leroux and obviously the excitement of Grant Williams. So I'm very excited for the Springboks. And I'm not sure if Chris will agree, but I predict Springboks to demolish Scotland by more than 20 points.
Yeesh! That's got big. That's got big. Well, Chris, would you, as a betting man, would you take that bet?
No. Sorry, Rude. Sorry, Rude. Well, the cap's at 11, which is quite favourable for the books, you would say. So they're definitely hold favoured. We're going to win it. Don't know about demolishing. I think France, Scotland are decent. We'll grind them out. We're too good. We are stronger. Springboks, we've got the better team overall. But I don't think it's a foregone conclusion. I think it's the first game. It will be. I think we'll win between 1 and 10.
1 and 10.
Well, we're gonna win, Rude. We're gonna win.
Rudy wants tries on tries on tries on tries. The one thing about Scotland is that it's a team we don't struggle against. Generally, we've got an 82% win rate against them, so it's not a team we have ever traditionally struggled to beat. It's not like a Wales, for example.
We win.
Yeah, so it is a good side, and I do like the fact that they have quite quickly got and said that they're watching Finn Russell, and that they've been quite open in the media about saying, that they know that he's the one that makes them tick and that they're going to focus on him. Not that I think Finn Russell will care, but I think Scotland will be as a team, I think will be quite conscious of the fact that they know how much they rely on a Finn Russell as well. But at the end of the day, that pack's got to give them a bit of go forward. And Rude's, the pack, speaking as a forward, and we'll go to Wes as well, how does the Scotland team try and contain the big pack that you mentioned, the likes of an Eben Etzebeth, your Jasper Wiese, those big sort of players? How does Scotland try? Can you try and match them up front? Do we have to do that? Do they try and move our pack around a bit and try to tie them out? What is their best chance of neutralizing our pack?
Yeah, I think the Springbok stylistic nightmare for the Scots in terms of how we grind it out. If you look at the quality on the bench, as I mentioned, we're not going to particularly, obviously, we have added the new dimension to our play where we can play off Mani, and he's got all these exciting plays and we're scoring tries. But I think in terms of coming back to the basics, first game at the World Cup, I think we want to grind it out. For Scotland, the only option they really have is to get the pack moving. But in order for them to do that, they've got to rely on efficiency. So the technical... maybe they have an ascendancy in that sense over the box slightly, if you want to imagine it as a Scots fan. But then if that's all they're relying on, then they got to be 100% accurate, where we can go back, we slow it down, we get back to basics. So for them, a stylistic nightmare, and that's why I say the demolish. And let's face it, they wear dresses, blow bugles, and eat Cadbury's lunch bars. We can't be having a serious conversation about beating Scotland by 6 points, 7 points.
Right. So Reed's got big. Reed's written off Scotland. He's saying, "No, we're not. I'm not having this. I'm not having this." Wes, do Scotland deserve more respect, maybe from Reeds, or do you think as well we've got that? We can go and bully them, and if we get under their skins, it could be. Not a comfortable victory. Could it be pretty straightforward in the end if we can pitch up?
Right. Well, it's the Rugby World Cup, so there's no such thing as comfortable or straightforward.
Yeah.
Those two words are out of the dictionary, boys, for the next month and a bit. So I
Apart
do
from
think
to make the final, in which case, easy. 35 seconds
Yeah,
against
yeah,
the All
easy
Blacks.
win,
We walk
easy
it,
win.
we
Yeah,
bring
yeah,
back the
yeah,
way
yeah.
Bayless, and we go
Yeah,
on trophy tour.
absolutely. 100%. Book the tickets now. No, so I think it's the two teams that show up on the day. We've got the teams on paper. It's about that attitude. I think we showed up to Twickenham with the right attitude against the All Blacks. Do we show up with the right attitude against Scotland? I do think, if the Scots want to try and compete with the Springbok forwards, they're gonna lose if they try and meet us up front. So you've got to be really smart about where they're playing and how they're playing. So as Ruud said, to get them running backwards and forth and kicking the ball back over their heads and making those big boys truck up and down the field, as well as looking at rucks, and maybe you don't compete at the first 5, 6, 7, 10 rucks, and you just let the box have it, and then when potentially the box maybe don't throw men into the rucks, then you can't throw a big one. So that's a lot. It's not an easy thing to do, especially when you are also playing an 80-minute rugby game against the Springboks, and your mental energy is perhaps draining a bit. So I don't think they can match us up front. I think it's going to have to be very tactical and smart, their play and identifying it. But look, they are professional. They've been in good form. I think they're probably the highest they've ever been rated. Is that correct? Have I just made that up? But so yes, we've got that 82% win record, but there's still that other percentage that the Scots have beaten us, So I think we do need to give them the respect, but let's show up and do our thing.
Chris Shark said that this was our most important game. He said very early, he said, this is our game. This is our group game that we are targeting. How and why is it so important we win on Sunday?
Well, because guess he gives us a free pass against Ireland, right? Should, in theory.
In theory,
yes. So that makes full sense. But I think Scotland feel the same way. So I think they come in there with nothing to lose as well. But so we are the better side. If we are a little bit lower than what we should be, we are going to be in for a game. I'm not saying we'll lose, but we'll be in for one. But I like that. That's the focus. I agree. We need to get this one in the bag and march forward, get to Ireland and see what happens.
Yeah, no, I think the point you make about them thinking the same thing is probably quite an important one as well. They've also got to play Ireland, for example, and if they beat us, they'll sit there thinking we've got a real good chance of qualifying. So it's. I mean, again, we all know that we're in the toughest group. This is the toughest group. We all know that. This is the toughest group to get out of. Ireland probably have the hardest run of it if you look at them, because I think they've got a bye next weekend. They play Romania and then they're playing like Tonga, South Africa, Scotland, bang, 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 straight into the quarters. So they've got a horrible run. So it is interesting how even within the group of death, in inverted commas, there are easier and tougher runs and stuff like that. Ours works out quite nicely if we win on Sunday, because we then play Romania next weekend where we can rotate. You can go full strength against Ireland. If you beat Ireland, you've got 3 wins in the bag. You've qualified. You don't have to stress. You can rotate against Tonga. And we then also have, or you can actually play a full strength side against Tonga, still have another week off because we don't play in the final group games. And then we're into the quarterfinals. So we do have quite a nice draw with regards to being able to shuffle our team around a little bit to keep everybody fresh. But the results obviously sort of dictate that. I want to talk about Damian Willemse, because we, as a panel, have pretty much agreed over the last 2 months that he's arguably the most important, that Villaroo is arguably the most important player in the back line, and yet is not starting on this weekend, which is quite a surprise. Is that the Manie Libbok effect?
Yeah, I mean, we spoke about last week in the fan forum, we spoke about combinations, and how potentially we move away from the mindset of picking your best 15 players, but rather your best set of combinations for the team. And potentially, I think we've seen Willemse play really well with Manie, and I think there's something quite exciting there. We know he's more likely to run it back as opposed to kick it. That's what Billy likes to do. Just different styles. I think, quite excited to see that the back 3 actually go off, and then also Manie linking up there as well. So, I mean, I think Willemse, he's caught a lot of stick, and I think he's been a bit lost, and he's been put in different positions and not really found his feet. But I think, he is vital to our strategy of being able to do a 6'2" and a 7'1", having him be able to play in those positions. So I think we need him feeling good. We need him feeling safe, secure, on form, and hopefully he can get out and have a great game against Scotland and take that momentum into the rest of the World Cup.
Yeah, look, I do think that, especially after this World Cup, I think the Bach mission needs to be how to unlock Dave Willemse in the years to come. I think we all saw him at school level and a youngster. He is one of the most talented players this country has produced in terms of raw talent. We're dealing with, what Hussen looked like and certain players who have just come through and looked so good and so ready to have all the tricks in the bag. Yeah, Chris?
Well, you say that, I totally agree. So we had this conversation a few weeks about Moody, and we can't have a consensus that he will be 13. So where's DW's final spec? Because I'm say 12. I think him and Libbok
as well. So what we're saying is that Willemse, Moody, our centre combination for the next 10 years sorted.
Well,
so what you're saying is Grant Williams at 9, Libbok at 10, Willemse at 12, Moody at 13. That is scary.
Einstein, Colby, and who's coming through at fullback? Will he still go another 4 years?
Yeah, come on, Willie. Come on, Willie.
Definitely.
He's got to try to get to 100 tests. He's sitting on like 88 tests, so he's got to try and find 12 tests to get to 100. Apparently he does want to get to 100 tests for the Box. That's why he came back to South Africa. He will be playing at the Bulls next season. Part of it is he wants to remain part of the. So no plans for Billy to be retiring just yet. We've mentioned him briefly, but I think two players I'd like to talk a little bit about, and Ruth, I'll throw those to you for the first one. Dwayne Vermeulen, who for me has been our form number 8 this year. And they actually asked him this earlier in the press conference, I think it was on Tuesday, I think it was Tuesday, where they said, did you expect to be at this World Cup? And he said that, when he had just, after his injury, when he was trying to come back against Ulster, he said his body wasn't quite feeling there, and he was thinking that maybe he should have retired internationally at least after the final World Cup, sort of gone off on a high. But apparently the coach has said, no, just keep playing. We think we can get you back. This year, he's looked seriously back. He's looked back with a bit of a vengeance. Jasper Wiese, who's had a great season in Europe, hasn't maybe been able to translate that just yet. But were you surprised to see Dwayne on the bench? And how effective do you think he can be as an impact player? And I suppose if you've got a Malcolm Mark, Steven Kitshoff coming off, how important is having a Dwayne Vermeulen and having that breakdown threat, for example, in that sort of last 20 to 30 minutes?
Yeah, I think what an exciting story to have him come back and obviously peak like with our captain, fantastic Siya Kolisi. It's such a pivotal time for the Springboks. His form has just improved as he's come back gradually. And in terms of him being on the bench, I think that was a deliberate strategy. I think he just brings a sense of definite calmness to the team. So if there is slight disruptions in terms of the substitutions, having Dwayne come on will just bring the team together again. And he's just secure in the basics. But in every basic thing that he does, he's got that intent to go over the advantage line or to make that extra tackle and to just be in the right position. So I think coming off the bench is not necessarily a bad thing. I think Jasper Wiese was obviously or is the incumbent 8th man. South Africa will definitely use him to go route 1, and then Dwayne Vermeulen to just settle the team come second half.
And it's amazing how like some people sort of pick up on different things. And Wes, I think this is good. There's two as a player I like to talk to you talk about, and I like to talk about a bit of an aspect off the bench, following on to the Dwayne. So let's start with sort of the following on to the Dwayne part is leadership. Big names, big players in the right time. So you've got in the starting lineup, you've got a Eben Etzebeth, you've got a Steven Kitshoff, you've got a Siya Kolisi, you've got 3 big leaders in the pack there. You've got a Factor Clerk at 9, playing his 50th test, so very experienced. In the back line, for example, you've got a Dale Lindy, you've got Desi Quills, plenty of experience there. In the second half, when the bench is unleashed, chances are Siya Kolisi won't play in full 80. In fact, I would like to not to be seeing him playing full 80 until we get to the playoffs. I want to see him offload everything in the first 50, get him off, wrap the knee up every single week. Eben Etzebeth potentially plays a full 80, but doesn't necessarily. Steven Kitshoff obviously won't. So then you've got now apparently Bongi, who's obviously very high in the leadership group, coming off the bench. You've got Dwayne Vermeulen coming off the bench, and you've also got a Willie Leroux coming off the bench. So how, in terms of we mentioned combinations, but how important is also having that leadership, being able to sort of replace each other to make sure that 75 minutes, 4 points down, a penalty, inside their own half, you've got the right minds to say, right, when we're going to go to the corner, we've got to score a try. This is what's going to happen.
Yeah, no, absolutely pivotal. I mean, I think, everyone's probably tired of me harping on about it, but the attitude of where the Boks were in terms of our talking to the ref and complaining and arms up in the air, when we didn't have Sear, that was that's where I miss Sear the most, because we saw when he came back, and there was a little bit of chat. I think Billy was trying to talk to the ref, whatever, and Sear came up and said, "Sorry, sir, I'll deal with it." Da, da, da. And so I think, yeah, absolutely. If you're going to sub off those big players, not just their experience, and their skill, but the leadership aspect is just as important. So I'm not stressing about that, because, as you mentioned, we've got guys who are coming off who are experienced and have those leadership roles and can make the right call. So no, I think we're really poised well. I think going back to the earlier talk about France, New Zealand, that we were talking about how this play. I mean, we said didn't we just say like all of France's hopes hang on Antoine Dupont? Like, I don't feel that way as a Springbok fan. Like, yes, obviously, there's one or two people we don't want to get injured. However, if they do get injured, I still back our boys because of the depth we've got, and that's why I feel like we're in a really good position here, because things are going to happen in this World Cup, but I feel like we have the cushioning both.
Oh, no, it's got off to a game drive.
Oh,
He's calling for Africa. So, shame. He's not elaborating the point so nicely. So, basically, Wes doesn't rate anybody's captain. Chris, Grant Williams.
yeah.
Who would have
Yes, your boy.
thought? Who would have thought 2 months ago that Grant Williams would have been coming off the bench in our first game at the World Cup against Scotland?
No, you wouldn't have thought. And yeah, it's been quite a journey, hasn't it? So yeah, he's obviously very highly thought of, regarded by the coaches, clearly, because they've given him every ample opportunity to get there, and there he is. So, and he is a great player, and he's obviously offering something.
Well, what is that
different.
something? Because let's be honest. I mean, I think we probably all were sitting there saying that it's Hershey Yankees, Grant Williams were going to be the obvious ones to leave behind originally. When we saw squad's name, because we thought that Jaden Henderson would probably get back to the mix. We know Kubus Ramos about there. Then Hershey Yankee sort of falls away, but Grant Williams still gets a call up. He not only gets called up to the World Cup, but he's named in the side. And he's such a non-traditional Springbok scrum half. So, I mean, yes, we know he's excited and stuff, but what do you think it is that's really just made the Springboks the management go, actually, we're going to back this guy?
Stevie, I don't know. He is a great player, right? I mean, when he's playing well and he's on form, he's a difference maker. You've seen him at the Sharks; he's electric. I think I'm trying to put the hat on. I think the Boks, and I'm going to bring Reinach into it. Like, Reinach's versatile as well, right? And so is Williams. So I think this coaching staff likes that type of player, and let's call him maybe a Foster better upgrade, something that offers more than Reinach at this point. Because I would think
a Foster Reinach is ridiculous, that concept.
Yeah, but you know what I mean. So I think they keep bringing Reinach through all the time, and it's obviously because he can cover probably if we really need to. And Grant Williams is probably maybe see him as the future. So give him. I mean, we say he's so different to Faf, to Hendricks. So all three of them are completely different scrum halves, right? So interesting. I every book team we see one or two names come a little bit out of position, right? This is not, so it's not unsurprising, and I think this is just how we roll. I think Grant Williams gets his chance, gets some game time now, gets some big match game time exposure, and he might be needed badly later down the line. And give him a go.
Yeah, no, I like it. Chris, before we move on, because we're going to talk a bit about some big games this weekend: England, Argentina, Georgia taking on the underdogs, Australia, and a couple of other sort of matches throughout the weekend. But before we do that, Chris, you're going to make us some money this weekend. The official BoyleSports betting segment brought to you by BoyleSports. Chris, what have you got for us for the weekend?
Yeah, well, we could just recap. Last week, I gave those two leans, which I now totally regret. I wish we had put it on the record.
I should have had the record.
So just backed the self, right, and gone for it. Hey, look, they still won. They're still winners. We're still winning. If anyone did use them, I had some money on them, so I was okay. But yeah, they came through, but it doesn't add to our record. As you can see, the overall record is the same. Well, the return on base was 52%. Their CV was 62%. last week was a mistake. I hadn't updated it properly. So it's 52, which is still fine, still good. This week I've gone for second half high scoring markets again. I've used this market before with what's available on Boyles at the moment, going onto Showtime. I just think, I think the first half could be full of emotion, flat, maybe a few mistakes, and the game just gradually gets better as it goes on. So I quite like that there'll be more points scored in the second half there. And I'm going for the Georgians against Australia, plus 21 points. I think that's a juicy handicap. I think the Georgians are not bad at all. I think Australia, we all know what Australia are like. I think the Georgians are going to be so fired up. And if they're fired up and good enough, they can take Australia a long way in this game, take them really close. So 21 points is far too much for me. I think it should be around 15 at least. So I like the 21.5. So we'll go. Oh, I didn't put the units play there. Sorry, it's 1.5.
1.5 on each of them.
Yeah, let's go 1.5.
Okay, 1.5 on each of them. All right, cool. And then obviously, Chris will hopefully be live for the official betting show tomorrow. But as always, follow on X the Crow Tips for a couple of punts over the weekend.
I'll be posting much more on Twitter now for the World Cup. I love the World Cup. I already got a few cooking in the background, which I'll post soon.
All right, cool. We're looking forward to that. So yeah, if you haven't already, make sure you go and get yourself a BoyleSports account so that you can get yourself this vet, put it in there. I'm actually busy currently locking them in as we speak because I just blindly follow Chris basically. You know, it's the I just back you at the end of the day. You know, I've got my eye on the house that I want. I've got the eye on the car I want, and you know, I'm backing you to get me there eventually. So love your work there, Chris, and hopefully we're not still having this conversation 10 years time without me in my house and without me in my car. Perhaps there are some other games obviously this weekend, plenty of them. Rudy, let's talk a little bit about England and Argentina. That's a pretty big game. It's the game of Saturday. When last, if ever, do we think we've ever seen Argentina going into a World Cup clash against England as the favourites?
I actually can't remember. I don't think they've carried the favourites tags at all at any World Cup. But I think for this one against England, the tables have turned. I think England are in a dire place. They didn't have a great warm-up set of matches. They barely scraped through Wales, and they looked rather average. And I think the new coach has maybe got a bunch of players with the same old ideas that they're just bouncing off the walls. But for Argentina, I think they've had a hit out against South Africa, Australia, New Zealand this year. They bring a different intensity that I'm not sure England are going to match. I mean, if England are losing at home to Fiji, albeit a warm-up game, I think Argentina are looking at that, and their emotion and their belief will be skyrocketing, and Pablo Matera, Thomas Lavanini and those will definitely back themselves against England. So I back Argentina actually to definitely win that group based on that game.
Chris, I mean, what is it? I mean, we've talked about how bad England have been, and we just can't see how they come out of it. Do you give them much of a chance, or do you think the Argentina side are actually so settled and look so disciplined under Shaker that just it's about them going out, sticking to their guns, and they get through the game relatively comfortably?
No, I don't think it is that straightforward. I know everyone's all over the RGs, which is probably so. I mean, you don't want to be back in England. No one don't feel comfortable back in England. But I don't think it's that straightforward. I think because England still have the players. Actually, when I was there, the first 15 minutes they were actually fine until the rain came. They were totally dominating Fiji. I think they're not far away, but I'm not going to put my neck out and say Argentina definitely win this because I see why people are back in RG, but Argentina haven't been blowing the world away either in the last couple of years. So they're on the right side of the draw to make a run. I'm on the fence with this game. I think Argentina will win, but don't be surprised if England do win. And I think there's a lot of upset people because I think most people are going. I mean, I'm supporting RG, but don't be surprised if England do pick themselves up and wins this game.
Okay, well there we go. I think it's an interesting shot. I personally I like the look of Argentina. I really think that if they can live up to if they can play to their ability, I think that they get through that game. Some other games that to look forward to are Italy versus Namibia. which I think Wes is on duty for. Ireland versus Romania, and if you guys have seen the Ireland team, I feel not a good time to be a Romanian fan. Ireland have gone basically full strength, and a pretty powerful bench as well. Australia versus Georgia. I think that's going to be a closer game than some people think. I think Georgia have got a team and they're nice and physical, so I think they can have a go. Looking forward to seeing this Chile side because I'm actually going to be watching them next week Saturday, so we're going to have to scope them out and see how they do against Japan. And then Wales versus Fiji should be quite a cool game, Chris. I mean, Fiji are, in inverted commas, I mean, they go into the tournament as the highest ranked team in their group that has Australia and Wales. Do we buy into the Fijian hype, or do you think it's misplaced?
Well, I think losing Mance as a Caleb Mance, the playoff is massive. I think he's the type of player that they needed for the type of game plan that they've been playing. I think it's I think we spoke about Fiji a while ago, and I always said it's just the backbone of Fiji. Like they can run maybe for 60 minutes and then they fall off a cliff. But I saw Fiji side grow into a game against England and be quite disciplined or quite physical. So I think they're going to give Wales a really, really tough scare. I think some people are still feeling that Wales are going to come through. But another one, as I said, another very close one. I really want Fiji to win.
Well, I mean,
but I think they have
recent results. I think the fly half is a big shot. I think recent results would put Wales in the favourites tag. The loss of the fly half is a big one. But let's talk a little bit about Wales. Where's now that you're back? Welcome back, by the way.
Thank you, boys. Thank you. What it was, guys, it was that new AI tech. It obviously picked up.
A little bit of sound and World Dragon say no.
Silenced me there. Just a little no free speech for you. No, I'm kidding.
Yeah. So
no, go ahead, Steve.
But where's Wales? It's such a. I mean, I'm a big Wales fan. I like the team. I like a lot of their players, and I think that in the past they've had some nice. Yeah. They've had some. It's an easy team to get behind. What do we expect from them? Because I literally do not know if this is going to be a Welsh side that could. I feel like they could rock up. They could top their group, and they could even shock a few teams. They could also rock up, be pretty dreadful, and crash up pretty quickly. What do we expect from this Wales team?
Yeah, no, I mean, I'm there with you, Steve. Unfortunately, just it could be either two extremes. You know, as you said, like I really enjoy watching the Welsh play. They're such a proud nation, and they love their rugby. And I mean, if we think about it, 2019 they finished fourth overall. You know, they were the fourth best team. You know, in that tournament. And so we know it's been 4 years, and then they're not quite the team that was there, but. As you said, I think there's no expectations, and that can be dangerous. You know, sometimes teams can go in and write other teams off, but I think they will have a tough time against Fiji if Fiji play the rugby we've seen them been playing recently. And as you guys said, with the fly half out, it's a big loss. But I do hope the Welsh do well. You know, I think they're, as I said, proud, passionate side who love their rugby, and it's not great that they aren't just finding that gear.
Right, boys, it's time to put your figurative money where your mouth is, because I'm going to look at the odds now, the odds on winners for the tournament, as well as the pools, and we're looking at this couple of this. So there's lots of markets, by the way. This is on BoyleSports. So in fact, I'm actually going to set up my screen so we can actually share. We can actually have a look at this, because I want people to start saying. I want people to start putting some predictions down. Who they think is going to go all the way. Who they're backing to be a bit of a surprise package. Maybe even getting some predictions of who's going to lift the coveted Webb Ellis Trophy. So I'm going to just push that on the screen in just a second. And
making us sweat.
Yeah, no. Well, you start panicking now, dude. Start
I haven't even
now.
kicked off.
Right.
Oh, panic has begun.
So these are the markets for the outright winners. So we have got New Zealand at 4.2. They are the bookies' favourites to win the World Cup, which is already an interesting shot. France at 4.35, South Africa at 4.5, Ireland at 6.2. So those are obviously the top four. Is that disrespectful to Ireland? Am I the only one that thinks it's pretty disrespectful to Ireland?
No, I totally agree.
Yeah,
they should be in there with the same odds as France and South Africa. I think it's New Zealand that should be 6. New Zealand should be at 6, and Ireland should be up there where New Zealand is. They should swap those two around.
Roots?
To be fair, though, Chris, Ireland don't really have much of a World Cup history further than the quarterfinal. So maybe that's also playing a slight factor. Yeah.
I agree, and
Yeah.
that's something to say. But this Ireland team has proven what they're proven bunch. Have we forgotten they just won the Grand Slam? They've just beaten
This Ireland team lost to Japan in 2019.
Reeds came to fight today. I love it. Yeah, look, that is the big thing, and even the bookies are definitely. That's obviously is something that even the bookies are saying is that they're saying that Ireland don't World Cup well. It's like the Pro Tours. The Pro Tours can go in playing the best cricket of their life. They're never going to be the favourites going into a World Cup because there is that mental thing. But I suppose, it's you've never won until you've won it type thing. So there's always going to be that one generation which breaks the duck. So. Yeah, I'll be interested to see if this is the one. After that, it's Australia at 14.5, England at 17.5, Argentina at 27, Scotland at 44, Wales at 45, and there's three teams who have absolutely apparently been completely written off. They are Uruguay, Romania, and Namibia, and they're all sitting at 3,001. So
Blasphemy! Come on, surely we put a rand on there on each.
Yeah, I think I might put it around. I think I might put it around on everyone below, like Scotland actually or Wales. Japan's at 401, Italy's at 526. I want to put it around on all of these. What have we got to lose here? I think that's going to be my play for the
your rand. That's what you have to lose. Your rand.
A pure rand. By the time we get there,
bricks, can we put some bricks on there? Can we submit bricks to BoyleSports? Do they accept bricks yet or?
Yeah, or just some electricity. Just buy some electricity or something, dude. But in terms of the pool winners, South Africa is the favourites to top Pool B. New Zealand the favourites to top Pool A, and Australia to top Pool C. I might have a cheeky punt on Fiji there. England to top Pool D over Argentina, but very very close. First time winner, they reckon there is a 1.7 chance it will not be a first time winner. And this is interesting. A Six Nations team to win the World Cup at 1.8 saying no. So the bookies backing it to be a Southern Hemisphere side. So pretty much putting all their eggs in the South African and New Zealand basket, really. Yeah, that's a good point, actually. What do we think? Do we think Southern Hemisphere, Northern Hemisphere? Where are we going with this?
I think you've got to look at like Northern Hemisphere. For me personally, seems to be a bit. If you look at the number of teams in form, right? At Southern Hemisphere at the moment, South Africa, New Zealand, top form. Northern Hemisphere, exactly. In Northern Hemisphere, you've got your Ireland, your France. That might be it as well. As we said, the Welsh team might be a bit of a surprise. Who knows? Biggest surprise would be England getting their shit together. Maybe this has been the ultimate mind game. Maybe Steve Borthwick's plan has been like, guys, listen, we're going to be absolute dog shit, and then we're going to kick it into gear.
Yeah, fair enough. So there's markets for absolutely everything over there in Boyles. There's markets for win every single team will bow out, a rugby championship team to win the World Cup, an all Northern Hemisphere final. There's every market you could possibly think about. The top try scorer, by the way, this is what I wanted to find out. I want you guys to try and name the top 5 candidates for the top try scorer. There are 2 of them, 3 of them. This is wild, by the way. 3 of them are from the same nation in the top 5. Give me somebody.
Aronsa.
Okay, so there's no Aronsa. Mark Talea is there. That's 1. He's third on the list. Join second.
Damien Pinot.
Pinot's there.
Jordan.
Yeah, Jordan is the favourite.
Who do we have? We have Jordan, Talea,
Pinot.
We look the other 2.
Yeah. One is, as I said, 3 of them are from the same nation, so there's 1 more New Zealander. I'll be impressed if you try and guess them.
Lester Fainganuku.
No, they're back in Caleb Clark.
The surveyor? Body surveyor?
Caleb Clark.
That's a huge shot from me.
Caleb Clark.
Wouldn't have guessed that one.
And then, come on, people. Who is the 5th person in this thing? Come on, guys. No, man.
Oh, fuck, Steve. Come on.
Cheslin Colby.
Thank you. Someone's on the Cheslin train. Cheslin Colby at 23 to be the top try scorer. Mapimpi's actually not far below. He has come in the top 9, as does Duran van der Merwe, Lester Panganuka, and James Lowe. So they're very much sort of backing all the New Zealanders. To be fair, Kurt Lawrence is up there with a try scoring record like that. Why not? Yeah, but so there's lots of markets over there for you guys to get involved in. So go and make sure that you go and get your pre-tournament bets locked in. There's top try scorers per team, for example. There's top top point scorers for the tournament. There's everything and anything over there in BoyleSports. So go and get yourself, have a bit of fun. That's what I'm going to be doing tonight. I'm going to be picking out a couple of fun bets and stuff like that. Right, chaps. So as we start closing it and wrapping up here. We are going to be doing, as you guys have hopefully seen, we are doing a Superbru league. We are also doing a fantasy league, and it is compulsory that the Forever Sports team do get involved. So I'm going to give, how many games do we have this weekend? I want some quick fire predictions, and then I want to see if there's a snake in the grass and people are going to start changing their Superbrus after giving their predictions. But we have got 2, 4, 6, 8. We've got 8 games this weekend, so we can take 2 each. We're going to work right to left on my screen. So Rudy through to me. Rudy, you've got France versus New Zealand. You've got Italy versus Namibia. Give me your quick fire predictions.
France by 6, Italy by at least 17.
There we go. And that is quick fire. That's what I appreciate about Rudy. He comes in, the man knows what he wants. He's told Ireland that they're not going all the way. He's come and said Scotland not getting hammered. Short and succinct. I like it. I like it. Ireland versus Romania, Australia versus Georgia. What have you got?
Right. Well, I've got Romania to win by So Ireland to win by at least 20.
At least 20. Okay.
I think Ireland by at least 20, and then I think you've got Australia by 7. I do think I agree with you. I think it's gonna be a bit closer. I think Georgia got a pack. I think Aussies have struggled to find form. If they do find form, it could be a big scoring game. But yeah, it's all a big if.
Yeah, I mean, I don't remember asking for justification, but thanks for giving it anyway.
Cheapers. Wow. All right. There's my place. I'll stay in it.
Okay, so it's going Australia by 7 and Ireland by more than 20. I think you could double that margin and still be pretty safe. But if you're looking at the Irish side that has been named, it is childish. Chris, England versus Argentina, Japan versus Chile.
England, Argentina. Draw? No.
Oh, come on! To back the draw.
I'm going to go England by 2.
England by 2. Nice close game.
Japan by 10.
Japan by 10. I'm interested to see how Japan play. I mean, it's kind of fallen off a little bit, haven't it, since the last World Cup, where they were threatening to be quite a competitive side. So I think there might be a bit of a dark horse. Hopefully, not for the World Cup, but to hopefully try and create an upset or two. Right, okay. So then I've got South Africa, Scotland. I've got Wales and Fiji. I'm going to go South Africa by 12. And I'm going to go Fiji by 5.
Yes, man.
Yeah, and again, we've now all locked this on camera, so we'll have to see if the Superbru picks change or if they don't. But if you are watching, I will be doing my Superbru picks live on the channel, so you will be able to see exactly what I might even be giving out a fan pick, so that I've got an excuse if I don't win the tournament. I can sit there blaming my fan pick. So tomorrow we are going to be having a Superbru show. We'll also be having a fantasy show where I'll be going through my fantasy team, and I'm dreadful at fantasy, so basically it's come and watch Steve and laugh at Steve at his fantasy team. So I definitely won't be giving any tips, but we will be doing that on the channel as well tomorrow. Tonight we've got the press conference from New Zealand, by the way, the eve of match press conference. That is on the channel. You can listen to Mark Slayer, Ian Foster. We will have more press conference on the channel tomorrow. We're also going to be having a World Rankings video coming up. By the way, gentlemen, this time next week, South Africa could be ranked number 1. That is on the cards this weekend. And not even that, we don't actually have to do much for that to actually happen. So, exciting times ahead. Capman, the lesser capped Chris, Wildlife Wears, and we still need a nickname for you. We've got to find something here.
The Rude Meister. Yeah.
Hey, there it is. Man scratched up with the... Actually, I like that. You should have put that on your shirt. Gentlemen, thank you very much for your time. As always, please do go and enjoy your pre-World Cup beverages. Remember that it is a long World Cup. It is a marathon, not a sprint. Let's keep the livers functioning for the next 2 months. Let's make sure the phones are charged. Let's make sure the wives and the girlfriends are well aware of the lack of time that will be spent with them. I don't think that's a problem for at least 3 out of 4 of us here. But hopefully everyone's got all their mates and family on lockdown, and we're going to enjoy 48 matches across 2 months, and every single game will be live on Forever Sports. You're going to see Rudy and Wes on the channel this weekend. You will see Chris tomorrow. You'll see me every day, unfortunately for you. People, keep well, keep safe. Gentlemen, thank you very much. Enjoy the weekend ahead.
Thanks, Steve.
And to everybody else, we will see you guys soon.
Hello and welcome everyone to Forever Rugby on BoyleSports. My name is Wes, and today I'll be taking you through the preview of the second game of Rugby World Cup 2023, which is indeed Italy versus Namibia. Now, these two sides have met 4 times in the past, and each side coming away with 2 wins apiece. Namibia winning both games in 1991, and the Italians winning a game in 2001, and their most recent outing against one another was won, in fact, in their opening game of the Rugby World Cup 2019 pool games. So these two sides are very familiar with one another when it comes to the Rugby World Cup and opening matches. Now, the Namibians will be hoping to change their fate since the last World Cup, as the Italians won that quite convincingly, that opening game, 47 points to 22. So, having a look at the Italian side, they seem to be in quite good form. They're going into the Rugby World Cup for the first time with a 2-game win streak, which they will take a lot of encouragement from. So Italians have played 31 Rugby World Cup games. They've won 13 and lost 18. So they've never made it out of the pool stages, but they'll definitely be looking to change that this year. Question is, can they do it? Interestingly, though, the Italians will be looking to get ahead on the scoreboard definitely before half-time, because they've never lost a Rugby World Cup game when they were ahead at half-time. So speaking about the Italians, let's have a look at the lineup today. So number 1 is Danilo Fischetti, number 2 Giacomo Nicotera, number 3 Simone Ferrari, number 4 Dino Lam, number 5 Federico Ruza, number 6 Sebastian Negri, number 7 Michel Lomario, number 8 Lorenzo Canono. Number 9, Stefan Varney. Number 10, Paolo Gabrisi. Number 11, Monti Ioni. Number 12, Luca Morsiso. 13, Juan Ignacio Brex. 14, Anje Capuzzo. And 15, Tommaso Alan. Having a look at your benches then for the Italian side is going to be number 16, Hame Faiva. Number 17, Ivan Neymar. Number 18, Marco Ricconi. Number 19, David Sisi. 20 is Manuel Zuelani, 21 is Martin Page Rello, 22 is Paolo Odogua, and 23 is Pier Bruno. So having a look at those Italian players, some of them to keep your eyes on. Interestingly, though, only five of the players who faced Namibia in the last World Cup make today's match day 23. So that's going to be Alan, Ruza, Morsisi, Ferrari, Ricconi, and Tommaso. So Alan has also played all 9 tests this year for Italy, only missing 5 shots off target. So his record for the 2023 year is 24 out of 29 kicks. So the Italians will be looking for him to make the most of that boot. Another person to keep your eyes on is Federico Ruza. He only missed 1 tackle in the Six Nations campaign, making 60 successful tackles out of 61 total tackles. He'll be key in their lineouts as well, with 2 steals and 38 wins. And now we could talk about Ioni, we could talk about Gabrisi, but the man we have to talk about, definitely to keep your eyes on during this game, is going to be Anje Capuzzo. So he made the most line breaks in the Six Nations for Italy with 12 line breaks, and the most defenders beaten with 30 defenders beaten. So we know what an attacking threat he can be, and the Italians, without a doubt, will be looking forward to unleashing him on the Namibians. Speaking of, and moving over to the Namibians, the Namibians have played 22 World Cup games, but they've not won one yet. So they've lost all 22 games, and they are desperately still chasing that first Rugby World Cup win, despite this being their 7th consecutive tournament. So their closest sort of chance was actually in the 2015 World Cup, when they played Georgia, and they only narrowly lost by 1 point. So the Namibians will really be looking forward to capitalize, hopefully, and get that win. So their only try scored in the last World Cup actually was against the Italian side in that opening match, with 3 tries scored. And looking at the Namibians' recent form, it's a bit of a mixed bag. So they lost to Uruguay 26-18. However, then they won against Chile, coming back from a massive deficit of 19-7 down at the half to win that game 28-26. So really showing out that they can come from behind and grind out a win. So looking at your Namibian team then. So having number 1 there, we've got Des Seti. Number 2, Torsten van Jaarsveld. Number 3, Arno Skosia. 4 is Adrian Ludwig. 5 is Tiju Uwani. 6, Vian Conradi. 7 is Johan Vertief. 8 is Richard Hardwick. 9 is Damian Stevens. 10, Tian Swalapool. At 11 is JC Grayling. 12 is Danko Berger. 13 is Johan Deisel. 14 is Gerwin Moton. 15 is Divian Rousseau. Looking at your bench for the Namibian side then is going to be Louis van der Westhuizen at 16, Jason Bernade at 17, Casper Vivers 18, 19 is Tian de Klerk, 20 is Prince Gasop, 21 is Jacques Theron, 22 is Andre van der Berg, and 23 is Leroux Martin. So having a look at those Namibia players then, 2 out of 3 of their try scorers from the previous World Cup are making a return, and that is going to be Damian Stevens and JC Grayling. So they will be looking to hopefully repeat the form they found in 2019. Interesting to note that Johan Deisel is Namibia's 3rd most capped player at 14 caps. One to watch out definitely will be for Richard Hardwick. He was a defensive monster for the Melbourne Rebels this last Super Rugby season. In fact, he was able to win the most breakdown penalties of any player, and then came in 2nd with the most jackals. So really impressive to watch defensively. Another defensive maestro to watch will be Johan Retief. He has not missed a tackle this year, so successfully completing all 16 tackles he's faced with. However, we will definitely be looking out for Divian Rousseau on a 2-game try-scoring streak. So he's got 6 total career tries. So what do you guys think? Who is going to take home the first blood between Namibia and Italy? Now, most of the polls are saying that the Italians have this one in the bag, but do you think the Namibians can pull off quite an early upset in their first game of the Rugby World Cup? We hope you like this video. Don't forget to smash a like and subscribe, but stay with us here on Forever Rugby on Forever Sports for all of your Rugby World Cup 2023 coverage.
Afternoon and welcome everyone to Forever Rugby on Forever Sports. My name is Wes, and here we are live, ready to go for Italy and Namibia. Just going to ask the producer, I can hear myself in my ears. If we can try mute that would be fantastic. But I have a look, there's about 100 of us watching the stream, which is fantastic. Awesome to have you here, guys. Please, in those comments, let me know, where are you tuning in from? I am streaming to you live from the Delta. So up front, I do apologize if there are any technical issues. We are asking a lot of the Okavango Delta Wi-Fi, but hopefully none of that. And hopefully we're going to have a fantastic game today. So as I said, in those comments, let us know, what do you think? Where are you streaming in from? Who are you rooting for today? Give us score predictions. We want to know it all. Before we get on to Italy and Namibia, though, we have to talk very briefly, I know lots have been spoken about it, but about last night's game. What a cracking opener to the Rugby World Cup 2023, the host nation, France, and the powerhouse of New Zealand. A historic match for a number of reasons, but most notably, probably for a lot of rugby fans out there, it's the first time that the All Blacks have lost a Rugby World Cup pool game. So don't count them just out yet. There's many ways to skin a cat, which is definitely a problematic saying. However, the All Blacks will look to bounce back, no doubt. But what do you guys think? I mean, I thought France, I thought they looked pretty good. I thought they weren't great, which is a bit terrifying, actually. If France, are able to handle the All Blacks quite easily and not look like they were in, sort of fifth gear, a little bit worrying to see when they actually do get into form. So I've got the chat open here, guys. Please let me know what's going on, how you're feeling, where you're coming in from. I see a lot of conversation about the South Africa game tomorrow. Yeah, that's going to be another big one. I've got the scientists calling Fiji is going to win their group, which, is very, very likely. It could be a huge possibility. So welcome to all of you in the chat. How's it going? Great to have you here. So let's move on to today's game then. Italy and Namibia, most considered quite a one-sided affair. Having a look at some polls online, we saw some pundits predicting, Italy and the public really predicting Italy with a 96% chance to win today's game, the second game of Rugby World Cup 2023. What do you guys think? Are you there with them? Are we feel like we're writing off the Namibians a bit early? Do we think they've got a chance? I mean, Italy not too bad in recent form, but not too great. Excellent. We've got Reason in the chat saying, strange to me that Namibia hasn't done better when they are full of guys trained in SA. Yeah, so I think potentially, it just could be how often are they playing together? So Reese brings up a good point there. You've got lots of, individual stars and athletes, but when you're not playing consistently together, potentially, and you have these training camps, not just once every 4 years, then it could negate their power. So just having a look at some recent form here, you would have seen in the build-up, these two sides, Italy and Namibia, have faced each other 4 times historically. Namibia winning the first 2 encounters of both those games were in 1991, but then it's been all Italian since then. So 2001 victory, and then most recently, and again in their opening match of the 2019 Rugby World Cup, Italy and Namibia faced off. So the Italians will be hoping to repeat that performance as they won it quite convincingly, 47 points to 22, whereas Namibia will be looking to change the fate that they suffered in that opening defeat. And Namibia, in fact, are still chasing their first Rugby World Cup win. So despite having appeared in 7 consecutive Rugby World Cups, they will definitely look to try and better that record. We've got some more in the chat here. We've got from someone, how's it? So Namibia doesn't play many international games. Yeah, exactly that. So that's the problem, right? You've got all these guys who are pretty decent, but then struggling to play together cohesively could be a real factor in how come they're not performing so well. So I think Italy, definitely the favourites to go in. Having a look though at recent form, they unfortunately didn't have the greatest Six Nations campaign, although one could argue when did they do? But they did finish 6th in a Six Nations campaign. But they are currently on a 2-game winning streak. So they've won against Romania, and that was quite convincing, a 57-7 win. And then they won against Russia 42-21. So, the Italians will fancy themselves going into this game, undoubtedly. And there's definitely some stars to look out for. I mean, really, really excited to see Ange Capuzzo on the field again. I mean, he's always just so electric when he gets ball in hand, and he'll be looking, to attack from the wing. I believe he's playing number 14 today, which is really exciting. I was really impressed with Bruzzo. I mean, this guy made 60 out of 61 tackles in the Six Nations. So, massive defensive effort there from him. So he'll be looking to front up against those big Namibian runners. I mean, we know in the southern sort of hemisphere, African boys are going to be large and in charge. So, I think Rudza is going to have a tough time to, in the office today, but it's going to be fantastic. I can't wait for it. More players to look out for, I think, from Italy. We've always got to keep in mind Gabrizi. I think he can really dictate the play of the game. So we'll have to see how he does. Let's have a look. Tuning in from Hartcliffe. Well, not quite Italy to take this one. Okay, interesting. From the UK, from Hartcliffe. So I actually lived in Bristol for a while. So hi, Jetpack. I was familiar with Hartcliffe. Great to have you here. Having a look at Lindsay Lowe then, watching from Central Java, Indonesia. Excellent, guys. Awesome to have you here from all around the world. So quite an international audience. I will say up front as well with the names. Definitely help me out with some of the pronunciations. We do our best, Joe. We've got the phonetic guides and everything. So I've been practicing. But one thing, guys, I can tell you is that I cannot help myself to say these Italian names without putting on a bit of an Italian accent. So I do apologize for that. It's impossible not to do it otherwise. But let me know if I get something wrong. Please let me know in the chats there. Do my best to be better. That's what we're looking to do. So before we go over to the Italian side, the player profiles, just before we head over, guys, just to know that we are brought to you today by 2 partners. And one of those partners is indeed BoyleSports. So one of the best betting platforms in the world, offering comprehensive bets. So if you feel like putting your money where your mouth is, go check out BoyleSports. All the links are in the description down below. Our man Steve Rowe, he's got his own little show on the channel as well. He's been doing quite nicely as well. So if you're not sure, if you feel like you're new to it, so you're not quite confident, go check out Chris Rowe, that's the one. Go check out Chris's show, and he'll be able to point you in the right direction. I believe he's on a positive. So we've made a bit of money. If you've been following Steve's bets, I know. Why do I keep saying Steve? Chris's bets. It's because Steve is following Chris. There we go. So both Chris and Steve have made a bit of money. So go check out Chris's picks on BoyleSports and see if you can make a bit of money today. But while I get my names sorted for today, let's head over to the Italian player profile lineup and have a look at the Italian side taking the field today. there you have your Azuri taking the field today against Namibia. So I've seen some Namibian fans actually in the chat. If there are any Italian fans out there backing Italy today, let me see you in the comments, guys. I see there Marisa Joubert saying, I am backing Namibia. Undoubtedly, you'll be supported by quite a few Namibian fans, Marisa. Having a look then, Risa's absolutely right, guys. Before you do anything else, please hit that like button on the video, subscribe to the channel, and if you can, look at becoming a Forever Sports member for just $20, even less than $20, $19.99 a month. You can support the channel. It's how we're able to do all this coverage. It's how we're able to send some of our boys over to France to bring you coverage of the Rugby World Cup. So if you're able to, please check out becoming a member. It would be fantastic. If not, no worries. Please hit the like button and the subscribe. That would be fantastic. JT asks a good question. He says, will this match be live? So we will be doing live commentary of it, but don't worry. We will be showing you a how to watch video very shortly, and then you can check out how to watch the game live. In the chat, we're having here Mark Sony saying, biggest game of the weekend. We got Mark's boss saying, let's go. So Mark's boss and Mark are watching the games. Excellent, boys. Good to have you here. Let us know where you're tuning in from. So we had a look at the Italians. Let's switch it over to the Namibian side then, and have a look at who's going to be joining us. Not just yet the player profiles. We're going to go through Namibian form and see what they're doing. As I said, they're still chasing their first Rugby World Cup win. So it'd be fantastic if they could try and get a bit of an upset today against the Italians and get their first Rugby World Cup win. We've seen history being made yesterday. Why not today again? So having a look, we've got two of the returning three try scorers from their first opening World Cup game in 2019. So we've got Stevens and JC Grayling, who will be in the side, and they undoubtedly will be looking to cross the whitewash once again. Daisel is Namibia's third most capped player, so coming in with 14 caps. So he is looking to undoubtedly sort of stamp his mark. Then there's other guys we've got to look out for as well. So, Rousseau, Dibon Rousseau is coming on a 2-game trial scoring streak. So he'll be looking to try and make that 3 games in a row. So they've definitely got some exciting players. Reza mentioned in the chat earlier about, they've got all these boys trained in South Africa, but then a couple other commenters were saying, well, they don't really play that many international games. So potentially that's why we're not seeing the friction or the sort of synergy rather there between the Namibian players. Although they haven't won a Rugby World Cup game, they've come very close to winning one. So that was against Georgia in 2015, where they were just defeated by 1 point. So again, the Namibians will feel like if they can just, sort of play the game plan they've got and the coaches and trust in the system, they definitely will be able to get onto good things. Looking at then their recent form, so they've lost to Uruguay 26 points to 18. They won against Chile though, 28-26. So they'll be feeling confident after that. And that was really after a big trail. So they were trailing 19-7 at the half, and then to come back and win that game 28-26 really shows the wherewithal, the resilience these guys have, which is excellent. So let's have a look then at the Namibian players who will be taking the field today. It's going quite quickly, eh? It's like 15 minutes now. Yes. And how long is the how to watch video? Okay, cool. No, cool. I'll play that quite soon then when I come back. players taking the field today. And before we do anything further, guys, if you haven't already, please make sure you've hit the like button. You've subscribed to the channel. That would be fantastic. And I want to start getting some of your predictions into the chat, please. I haven't seen any sort of wins predictions or score predictions. There've been good luck messages. It's fantastic. We've got people tuning in from Indonesia. We've got people from Greece. We've got people backing Namibia. We've got someone from the UK in Hartcliffe. Fantastic. Great that you joined us here, but let's start getting your predictions into the chat. Not long now, just about under 10 minutes to go before kickoff. So if you can put in the chat there, what do you guys think? Score predictions, who's going to win? Let me know. Be as specific as you can, which would be fantastic. So we had JT, the Englishman, watching from Greece, asking there about how to watch the games. Or rather, he's saying, will this be a live match? So as I said, we'll be doing commentary for the games. And we've got a video on how to watch the game. So it's in the link as well, but here is our video on Forever Sports on how you can watch the Rugby World Cup 2023.
Hello and welcome to Forever Rugby on Forever Sports. For today's guide on how to watch the Rugby World Cup. The good news is the entire Rugby World Cup is being shown on a free-to-air broadcaster in the form of RTE2, which is an Irish broadcaster. Which means that if you're in Ireland or through the use of a virtual private network or a VPN, you can watch the entire Rugby World Cup on a free-to-air broadcaster without even having to log in. You don't have to do anything for free, basically. So if you have any questions, put them in the comments below and smash like on the video. But I'm about to show you exactly how you can watch all the action. So there's no excuse to miss anything. It has every single one of the 48 matches. And in case you need to know how to watch, in case you're still looking for a method to watch, then this is exactly how you can do it. Right, to watch the entire World Cup on a free-to-air broadcaster, which is RTE2, then this is what you need to do. First things first, you're going to get yourself a VPN, which is a virtual private network. Basically what that is going to do is that is going to geolocate your device to make it seem as if you are in a different location, in this case in Ireland, because that is where RTE is going to be free for the World Cup. Now, every single one of the 48 games will be shown RTE. So first things first, you're going to download a VPN. We recommend using ExpressVPN because it's tried and tested and worked. And so you're going to download, link in the description. The entire guide for exactly how this method works is in the description as well. So you're going to go and download ExpressVPN, install it. This is what it looks like. You're going to use those three dots on the right-hand side to bring up all the locations. You're going to go to Ireland and you're going to then click on Connected. Now, currently I'm connected, which means if I go to the RTE website, I'm not even signed in or anything like that, but I'm currently watching all on RTE over here, as you can hear now.
I got to take some notes.
So that is RTE2 right now, which is the channel that all 48 games will be live on. If as soon as I go to ExpressVPN and I turn it off, this suddenly will no longer be geolocating my device. It'll make it seem as if I'm in South Africa, because that is currently where I am. And I'm going to just refresh RTE in the background. And as soon as you're not connected to a VPN, this method will not work. But it is literally as easy as that. So all you have to do is get yourself a VPN and connect to Ireland. And over here, as soon as you're not, it says you cannot stream due to rights restriction. It's easy as that. ExpressVPN, Ireland server, watch every single game on RTE2. If you have any questions, put it down in the comments below. Otherwise, you can use this method for every single game up to the playoffs, quarters, semis, and final. And looking forward to seeing you guys all across the various watch-alongs. Please do smash like on the video. Please do subscribe to the channel as well. Thank you very much for watching. My name is Stephen. I'll chat to you soon.
Right, so we hope you guys enjoy that guide on how to watch the rugby during the Rugby World Cup 2023. You guys deliver every time. I mean, I asked to put some score predictions in the chat, and it has just been absolutely inundated. So we'll go through some of those just before kickoff, 5 minutes now before kickoff, guys. Let's have a look. First of all, we've got George saying, go Italy, all the best. So George, an Italian fan. Dave Davies saying Italy by 33, so quite a big margin there. Mark's Boxer saying, how's the Delta Wes backing Italy by 40 points plus? So again, another big margin there. Mark, the Delta is fantastic. It is starting to cook already. I mean, it's supposedly the end of winter, spring, and it's currently 36 degrees. So October is going to be absolutely scorching. But back to the rugby, you've got Ron Mulligan saying Namibia 15, Italy 35. Ron, I love it. I love when you give me specific scores. Thank you, Ron. Everyone, be more like Ron. Having a look at Greaser watching from Vietnam. Excellent. Thank you, Greaser. And Greaser saying Namibia 25, Italy 23. Oh, Greaser's gone for an upset here. So Namibia 25 points over the Italians potentially, Greaser. Let's see if you are correct. Sue Monroe is saying Italy with a margin of 15. Mark's only saying 57-0 to Italy, the Alistair Coetzee effect or influence. Let's have a look if that comes true. Lindsay Lowe tuning in from Indonesia saying 18-22 in Namibia favor. It's their time to shine. Absolutely. Okay, so we've got 2 upsets in the comments there potentially looking at the Namibians. And again, you guys give me nice, precise scores. I hope you guys did your Superbru picks. If not, please check out. We have got a Superbru versus Fantasy League as well as a score predictor. So check that you are joining the BoyleSports Superbru picking. Let's have a look here. We've got George then saying, cherish forever. You are a great, competent, another best game of the World Cup. Yeah, absolutely. Thank you very much, George. Lisa Funnermerva, where do I get a VPN? So if you have a look on that how to watch, you can go onto the VPN website. And speaking of VPNs, one of our channel partners, Bitdefender, who we brought to you today by as well, has an excellent VPN service. So why don't you go check out our links to Bitdefender? They offer you a great VPN that you could use to then watch the Rugby World Cup. Quinton Duplessis saying would be such a moment if Namibia managed to pull it. Absolutely, Quinton. So I think you've got some supporters there in the chat, Quinton, sort of hoping for a bit of a Namibian upset. As I said, history was made yesterday with the All Blacks losing their first ever pool game. Why don't we make history again today? Why can't the Namibians get their first ever Rugby World Cup pool win? Well, first ever Rugby World Cup win, actually. Okay, just under 3 minutes to go before kickoff. And all the talking then is going to, well, not stop. Obviously, I'm going to keep talking. But at least the chat about the game is going to stop. And we're going to get straight into it, which I cannot wait for. So having a look here, pulling up the feed, the players look like they're ready. I mean, it looks like another fantastic day in France there. Couldn't ask for better conditions. Let's have a look. Jan-Hendrik Duvanga saying, Skopela gata kerels, Namibia Flava. So we've got some strong Namibian fans in the chat, guys. Excellent here, joining us on BoyleSports. So we are lining up for the anthems and the teams are getting ready to go. The Italians playing in white and the Namibians playing in their blue and red. It's going to be an absolute cracker of a game. So while we wait for the anthems to be done, as I've said, guys, we're brought to you by BoyleSports and Bitdefender today, both our channel partners. They're a large part, as well as our channel members, of why we're able to do all this for you. So please go show them some love if you're able to. If you're looking for one of the leaders, really, in total cybersecurity, go check out Bitdefender, and they're also able to help you out with a VPN. So we're starting here with the Namibian anthem. The boy's looking very proud there. And there he is, Alistair Coetzee. What a legend. What can he do for the Namibian side there? Hopefully he can bring them their first Rugby World Cup win. While we come through the Namibian anthem there, James in the chat just reminding me, well, first of all, thank you for the compliment, James, so a nice full beard, but it was something I spoke about potentially doing, is having a different facial hairstyle for every week of the World Cup. So a little bit later on, we are going to get a poll going in the chat, and we're going to ask you guys, what should I shave my beard for next weekend? Yeah, hopefully we're gonna have 4 different styles throughout the Rugby World Cup, just something a little fun to do. Undoubtedly, my colleagues at work and my bosses will be very confused, but it's fine. This is what I do for you guys, right? This is what I do for the BoyleSports family. Make myself look like a fool. Why not? Do it for free anyway. So let's have a look. We're just finishing up now the Namibian anthem, moving over to the Italian national anthem, and then we are going to get this game underway. So having a brief look in the comments, then I would say it's probably just edging over into Namibia's favor in terms of scores and win predictors. We've just got another one, George, there in the chat saying 35 Italy, 19 Namibia, all the best, guys. Yeah, okay, I would probably feel like that's a good score. So remember, the Italians were able to cross the Namibians were able to cross the try line 3 times against the Italians in 2019's World Cup. So they do know how to find the try line, and especially against the Italians. So we should see hopefully some high scoring games from both sides. Yeah, I'm looking forward to seeing what these teams can put out. As we said, we don't see much of the Namibians, which is a shame, and I'm really looking forward to the rugby they can play. I've always got a bit of a soft spot for the Italians. They keep showing up every year, and you feel like they start to build, and then I don't know what happens. That momentum just doesn't quite carry through. So hopefully they can start to turn that building, this 2-game winning streak they're on, into some actual tangible points. And actually, I think something that they can be proud of. Rugby that they can look back on and go, so right, this is something we can be proud of, and we played pretty decent rugby. Got some fans there in what appears to be Roman helmets. Sure. Simon saying, my head says Italy by 30, but my heart says Namibia. Absolutely right. The classic confrontation there between Italy and Namibia. Right, the Italian anthem is done, and goodness, that looked quite passionate there. Lamaro looking like he was screaming the last bit. The Italians look pumped up to go. I'm excited. The second game of Rugby World Cup 2023 is about to get underway, and as I said, it looks like an absolutely cracking day in France. Let me know what you guys thought of last night's game. I asked it a bit earlier on, but we've got some more viewers now in the chat. Before we get this game underway, I think France looked a bit scary in terms of that they weren't at 100%, but they were still playing pretty strongly and able to contain the All Blacks, who we know are a top quality side. You can't ever write them off. So it was interesting to see that. I did think that the All Blacks showed sort of really quite. I mean, that opening try was unbelievable. It showed intent, it showed focus, it showed passion and intensity. I think Mark Talia is absolutely terrifying. I mean, he reminds me of Colby in a way, not necessarily his stepping. He's excellent at that as well, but more for me his strength on his feet. The guy just doesn't go down. He's able to hand off, stay on his feet, evade tackles, and when you think you've got him down, then he just gets up and goes another 10 meters. So I think he's definitely one to keep our eyes out for during the World Cup. But definitely another person is going to be Ange Capuzzo, playing number 14 today for the Italians. The breakout player in 2022. He's always electric with ball in hand, and I think hopefully the Italians will look to get him into space and see what he can do, maybe running around those big Namibian bodies. But we will have to wait and see. But not much longer, because here we go. We're about to kick off. So as I said, the Italians playing in white, I believe from right to left, and the Namibians in their blue and red jerseys. Not much longer now, possibly 30 seconds or so. So once again, guys, thank you so much for joining me here on Forever Rugby on Forever Sports, where we are bringing you every single game of the Rugby World Cup live. It is the most comprehensive coverage, I think, ever on YouTube. So what a campaign to be a part of. And we really appreciate you guys getting on board. As I said, support us in any way you can. If that's just hitting the like button, excellent. If it's becoming a subscriber, fantastic. And if it's becoming a channel member, even better. So we're underway. The Italians, the Namibians have kicked off from left to right, and they kicked deep, and it's easily collected by the Italian number 8, Canoni. And the Italians have won an early penalty, looked like, for being offside at the ruck. So the Namibians probably just a bit too eager out the gate there, and giving the Italians now a bit of an easy way to exit their 22. We've got Buffalo in the chats coming from Cape Town. Right, but unfortunately, the Italians there have not found touch. The Namibians look to kick it down the left-hand touchline, back to the Italians, easily caught, look to exit. Big kick from the 22 this time. Still doesn't find touch. Well caught on the sideline. I think Capuzzo looks to up and under. Sends someone hurtling after it. No, Capuzzo is the one chasing, and I think collects it excellently there. So the Namibians now managed to retain the ball, That was excellent by the Namibian number 14. That was Maton. Here we go, number 9, so Stevens. Passing it out to the Namibians forwards on the left-hand side there. Stevens again with the ball. Bringing it back to the right-hand side. Swanepoel distributing to the forwards. A nice little breakthrough there. Look to get the ball free. Stevens again. Out to the forwards, then to Swanepoel, then unleashing Rousseau. The Namibians looking really good here, guys. Some positive play from them. Back to the forwards now. Big crash up the field. The Italians need to be disciplined. Stevens then. Swanepoel takes it to the line. Flat pass to the forwards. Dealt easily with by the Italian defenders. This is good from the Namibians early on. Can they keep the sustained pressure? Retief there looks like taking it strongly into contact. Swanepoel really looking like he's conducting the play here. Hard run in by Hardwick. Namibian ball just over the 10-meter line in Italian territory. Here they come down the left-hand sideline, but tackled well. Penalty, it looks like, for the Namibians. Well, the Italians all look offside there, sir. but they do have a penalty. So what will they look to do here? Potentially maybe an up and under again. It worked well for them once. They've got a free play here to move the ball around. Here it comes out the back, and shot up defense by Fischetti. And the referee judged that no advantage was gained there. Excellent tackle by number 1 for Italy, Mr. Fischetti. Read it perfectly. And that penalty then was given for offside. Okay, so the Italians then committing similar infringement, perhaps being a bit too eager. And they have signaled for the post. So Namibia look like they are poised to take the first points of their Rugby World Cup campaign against the Italians. It's been good so far. I've been really impressed. I think the Italian defense has held strong. They've not made much ground, the Namibians, but they've looked good with ball in hand. They've looked threatening. 1 or 2 more passes, and I think they're through. But this looks like a great game. We've got Bertha tuning in saying, go Namibia, absolutely. And we've got George there saying, you never know with the underdogs in such a moment like this. Yeah, you've got nothing to lose. Your back's against the wall. You can actually just go out and play rugby and have a bit of fun, I think, which is when teams play their best. We saw the French last night. When things started to open up a bit, they started to experiment and be a bit looser and they're having fun. I mean, you saw Pinot's big smile, when he almost scored that fantastic try. So Swanepoel lines up the kick. It's just inside the 10 meter to the left-hand side. Strikes it well, splits the uprights, and Namibia are on the board with the first points of their campaign. So it is 3-0 to Namibia with just 3 minutes gone, 3 minutes and 40 seconds. Some Namibian fans in the crowd there, some very, very cool jerseys and jackets. Boys look like they're having a fantastic time. Why not? Why not? Win in France. Not jackets. Those are overalls. That is excellent. It's like a big overall with the Namibian flag on it. We need to see if we can get some of those for BoyleSports. Maybe we can get some of those. All right, the Italians here to kick us off once again. So from right to left, I go all the way down deep to the right-hand touchline. Strong run there from, who's that, Hardwick. So he's been an absolute defensive monster for the Melbourne Rebels. He'll be one the Namibians will be looking to give the ball to lots today. I believe that was number 7, and Retief carrying him strongly. No, number 4, excuse me. Ludik taking the ball to ground. Stevens there. Out to Swanepoel. Looks to kick. Not fine touch, though. It's a bit of an up and under. Chased out by Mouton. Doesn't collect, so nicely taken by the Italians. So Italian ball in the Namibian half. They look to now get it wide. On the left-hand side, here they come. Nice passes. That's Ione. He splits. He's found a massive hole. He's got support on the inside. Beats one. Lovely offload. Can't able to collect. Oh, you just feel like if the ball was to go inside as opposed to the step, he was through for all money there. Unfortunately, just not making the right decision. But quite worrying for the Namibian defense. The Italians, that seemed a bit too easy, to be honest. James telling me to settle in the chat there. I don't know, James. We'll see what give the fans what they want. If they want, BoyleSports like overalls, we can't say no. Okay, so Italians with ball in hand, they will look to come from deep now. So we've got Varney there at the base of the ruck, distributing well. The Namibians almost overstealing the ball, but now slowing things down. Nope. Apparently getting their hands in too much. So an Italian penalty, it looks like, either for not rolling or, not rolling away. There we go. So the Italians once again having a bit of an opportunity here to set themselves up, get down the field. Plum Duff in the chat saying, go Namibia, whatever happens, they are better than England, lol. Not going to disagree there with you, Plum Duff. Let's have a look at Mark's box saying Namibia to the quarterfinals confirmed. Marks, why not? Why not? Hey, why not? Then we got a shot there of Kieran Crowley there, the Italian head coach. He'll undoubtedly be nervous, looking for his boys to kind of find their form, perhaps to settle. Everyone's got to get their nerves out. So we've got an Italian line out deep in Namibian territory. They go to the front, they look to set the more, but it comes out quickly there to Varney, then distributes into the centres. Varney again looks to pick and go, and he gives it to Negri, who finds a solid Namibian wall. Now back to Ferrari, who makes a bit of ground. Varney again. Out to Ione, out the back door, very nicely to Caprizi, who gets the ball off, but the Namibian defense all over them. Number 11, Grayling, they're making solid tackles. Here come the Italians down to the left, shrugged off by Fischetti, but then tackled by the second player. Now the Italians win another penalty, and again, it's going to be for a Namibian player not rolling away. So you feel like if you are Italy now, you are very close to the posts. Not a difficult angle. You got to take the points. They might back themselves and go for the line, but we saw last night very traditional test rugby being played. When there were points on offer, teams were taking points. So here we go. But this was good. Fischetti here shrugs off one defender, but then dealt with the next two Namibian defenders who came in. And unfortunately, I think one of the Namibians just got trapped there as the cleaners were coming and he wasn't able to roll away. So it looks like potentially number 12, Burger for Namibia, getting a bit sandwiched in there. Plum Duff, my mother-in-law has bought new teeth for this game. Good for her. Okay, so the Italians have indeed decided to go for the posts, and it is going to be Thomas Alan taking the kick. It's almost right down the center. This one should be bankable. Have I just made my first commentator's curse? No. There you go, splits the upright. So we're 3-3, just under 10 minutes in. Absolutely plum. There are weeks of wonderful rugby ahead of us. So the score is currently 3-3, 8 minutes down. I think both sides looking relatively evenly matched so far. Although that break through by Ione was far too easy. And I think, again, had he made the right decision and given that ball inside, that was try time. So the Namibians will be looking to close those holes up, whereas the Italians will be looking to exploit those. So here we come again, and this is something I thought we would have seen more of. All those Namibian players looked offside to me at the kick. And we saw Aldrich get blown up for that yesterday, but not now. Okay, so the Italians kicked it back deep, and the Namibians have now started to run it back, and they get to about the 10-meter mark. Down the left-hand side they go. Strong run there from the Namibian forwards. Stevens looks to distribute to another forward, asking the big men to do the job. They knock it on. So here come the Italians. Coming down the left-hand side, the ball is chipped ahead, looking for that space, and he finds touch just inside the Namibian 22. I believe it was, if I'm not mistaken, 50-22. Because they were inside their half. Oh, but the refs are saying no. I have to see the replay on that. It did look like that play was taken into the... Oh, there we go. There we go. They've made the right decision. Yeah, play was taken into the Namibian half, if we're not sure about what 50-22 is. The play has to be taken into the opposition's half and then kicked back from within your 50-meter mark out inside the 22, and then you get to retain possession, which is quite exciting. So here we go. The Italians look to throw the ball in. They go to the front. They set the driving maul. It is back with Nicotera, rather. It spins, it wheels. The Namibians kind of falling apart. They've got the advantage, the Italians now. Breakthrough there. I feel like he's 2 meters away, 1 meter away, half a meter away. The forwards now will look to pick and go, but no double movement. Oh, and we're going to the pocket here. That felt like it was very quick. I don't feel like the Namibians had any warning there. Unless he feels like it was cynical. And it looks like number 2. So number 2, indeed, yeah, Torsten van Jaarsveld receiving a yellow card for what I guess was deemed as cynically collapsing the maul. In which case you feel like, well, why not then give a penalty try? But you know what? We carry on. So the Italians now are on the 5 meter. They go to set again. They go to set the driving maul. It goes to the middle this time. The ball works its way back to number 1. Fischetti, and they are over the line. The Italians draw first try blood here, not Fischetti. It is Canoni Jr., the number 8, comes away with the opening try of the second game of Rugby World Cup. So the Namibians not in a great spot at the moment, receiving that yellow card. Things will be even tougher now. But the Italians capitalizing on that. So having a look, Danston Daniels saying Namibia can really win this game. I think they can. I think if they are able to just get their discipline in the right place, then why not? We've got Rudy. How's it, Rudy? In the chat, go as you legend. Thanks, Rudy. I predict Italy by 17 plus points. Okay, so Italy by quite a margin as well. Brooke is asking us to show the game. Brooke, so we commentate on the games and we give these lovely graphics and all our footage and analysis. But if you want to watch the games, please go check out the link in the description. There is a how-to video on how you can watch the games. So Montinga asking for the same thing. Go check out the link in our description for how to watch the games. Otherwise, you can stick with us here on Forever Sports. where we'll be giving you live coverage of all the games. And that is an excellent kick by Alan from difficult kick all the way from the left-hand touch line, but he splits the posts. So that takes us to 10 points to 3. The Italians will be feeling good. The Namibians, I think, will just look to settle things a bit. I think they got a bit flustered there. And again, Van Jaarsveld, number 2, is going to be off the field for the next 10 minutes, deemed to cynically collapse that driving more. No worries, Brooke. Let us know if you find that or need anything else. So 10, 12 minutes down, the Namibians look to restart. And we've got a substitution. It looks like the Italian replacement hooker, if I'm not mistaken. Ceci. Not the hooker, maybe. No, David Cici's come on. Right, we get play underway. Here we go. So no real indication of why we've got that early Italian sub. So deep it goes, collected by Varney, and then looks to find touch, but doesn't. The Namibians are scrambling backwards. Rousseau up and unders high, chases his own kick, but it's far too deep, so no real pressure for the Italians. Easily collected at the back. Given to Gabrizi, who swings it wide. If one more pass off that, looked a bit forward, but deemed to be flat. Play goes on. The Italians are streaming down the touch line. Surely that was out. No, touch. No. Okay, now the ball's all over the place. So the Namibians have collected it. It was a good, strong run down the left-hand side by the Italians. The Namibians here have collected it. So we see Stevens at the base of the ruck, commanding his forwards to get into position. Stevens again will look to maybe slow things down here a bit. Given back, and Swanepoel looks to clear. So it's taken back. Plum Duff, thank you so much. That is an absolutely amazing donation. Thank you so much in the chat there, Plum Duff. Really appreciate that. You're doing a good job, man. Have a beer on me. I really appreciate that. That is absolutely wonderful. Thank you for joining and thank you for your support, guys. Okay, so here we see a replay of what happened. So the Italians looked to run it from deep. One of the Namibian players came up quickly, and the Italian winger got down the touchline. I thought he went out, but they have been called back for that. Right, Italian lineouts to the back, collected, given out to the backs now, and then crashed up in the center. No, they do some nice up-back passes. Oh, just one more pass, and you feel like it was there, but here they come. They moved all the way to the right-hand side of the field, and they eventually stabbed down the field. So the Italians looking like if they can just get that last pass away, they're in for all money. But the Namibian defense is coming up really quickly, closing off that last line there. Mark's asking, where's the beer then? Yeah, guys, at halftime, I will go and grab one. I can't go get a beer now. I can't leave you guys. Yeah, halftime, definitely. Okay, so the Namibians without their hooker Van Jaarsveld out, we have the number 8 Hardwick throwing in, who throws it completely over, and the Italians now collect, and a fantastic play. They split the field. Here they go straight through the middle. Gabrizi, easy as you like, under the posts. Oh my goodness, Namibia. That was a mistake of their own making. Really, really unfortunate there. So, okay, what happened? Namibia, an overthrow at the line-out, collected by the Italian 9, and then just an absolute bullet of a pass. Correct decision to Gabrizi, who then just ran through the Namibian defense like it was a hot knife through butter, and scores under the posts. The Namibians really need to try and get things under control here. You don't want to lose or bleed too many points, obviously, with a man down. The Italians will be looking to capitalize on that. I mean, we look in the chat then. Franco Bart, are you South African? Yes, Franco, I am, but lived abroad. So hence the accent being a bit of a mishmash. Plum Duff rugby is family, doesn't matter where we're from. Absolutely. Something I really enjoy about rugby is that, the universal language. Kevin van Eck has joined the Forever Sports Members Club. Welcome, Kevin. Thank you for joining and supporting the channel. That is absolutely epic, guys. We appreciate it. Yeah, as we said, here on Forever Sports, giving you the most comprehensive coverage of the Rugby World Cup ever on YouTube. Something we're really proud and excited to bring you guys. Alan Robinson agreeing with Plum Duff. Absolutely. Okay, Namibia. Here we go. Looking to settle things down. Looks like a substitute by the Namibians, potentially their reserve hooker to settle things out, the line out. Unfortunately, Hardwick, they're not doing a great job of that first throw. So 17 points to 3, 15 minutes done. The Namibians restart. The Italians collect deep within their half. Now they can look to potentially run it. Maybe the Italians will feel like their tails are up and potentially they can run it out, find those gaps that they've been able to find quite easily. Varney finds some more of the big forwards who take it into contact, still within the Italian 22. Now they'll look to exit. Deep kick, but down the center, the Namibian player is just not in position, but able to collect it well. After the bounce, looks to send it back. Bit of a nothing kick down the center. The Italians now struggling to collect that ball, but lots of time and space. So they decide, no, you know what, we're going to send this out into touch. And you could argue territory and a possession win there by the Namibians. So Gobrizi, not the greatest kick he's ever made. He knows it. But a fantastic try. So Denzel, Khotso Morena from PTA. How's it, Denzel? Great to have you here. Plumduff saying, I was at the Box and All Blacks game at Twickenham. Oh, lucky you, Plumduff. Lucky you and Chris both. Excellent that you guys are there. So the Namibians then go to the line-out. They go to the front. They're able to win that first ball. Here it comes to the first receiver, taking up a field. Stevens now will look to control things, sends it to the big man, Ludic, takes it into contact, making positive ground, the Namibians. Swanepoel sends it out to number 13, Daisel, who then distributes securely down. But unfortunately, on the left-hand side there, the Namibians just spinning the ball with a knock-on, again, alleviating that pressure and allowing the Italians to breathe. So again, Namibia showing signs of life, showing that they can do things with the ball in hand. They can move it forward. They can find the holes in the defense, but it's just about stringing that play together, being consistent. Hardik there talking to his forwards. Hardik talking to his forwards really passionately. This is, I believe, the first scrum of the game. That's quite impressive. I'm always impressed when we go 15 minutes plus and there hasn't been a scrum. So that's good to see. It looks like potentially we've got a bit of movement going on in the forwards here. Obviously, with the yellow card, the hooker being off for cynically collapsing a scrum. So I think Conradi's been sacrificed, and the replacement hooker, I think Van der Westhuizen, has come on. Denzel saying 60 plus score. Now, Denzel, I assume you mean Namibia by 60, right? Because you haven't specified. So Denzel's made a massive call. He's going Namibia by 60 points. Okay, strong scrum there by both sides, but the Italians looking to edge it forward. Referee saying play on. I thought they might have got the better there. So out the back here, they look to run. Long pass over the top. It finds a bounce. And it's all over here. Namibians in broken play with the opportunity to score. Daisel taking it up, offloading to Swanepoel. Brought down by the Italian defenders. Surely, so that's a penalty. But no, we're going back for the knock-on by the Italians. Okay, so you feel like potentially Namibia's best chance there in broken play, excellently stopped by the number 8, Kanone there, who was able to stop things. You feel like if they could have gotten quick ball, there were definitely more Namibian players around. How many minutes left on the yellow? It's a great question. Not long now. I believe about 2 minutes left. So the Namibians conceded, a try. 2 tries, I think, during that yellow, which is unfortunate. So they will have to work hard to get that score back up. Got some more in the chat there. Guys are saying that they're supporting South Africa, but hoping potentially Wales. Yeah, Wales. This World Cup, really quite a dark horse. We know what the Welsh can bring, but recent form. Plum Duff saying, go Wales, anyone but England. Good old ABE strategy there from Plum Duff. So our second scrum has come quite quickly after the first. We're now on the right-hand side of the 15-meter, just on the 22. So a good attacking platform for the Namibians. Strong, solid scrum there, no movement. Out by Stevens to Swanepoel. No, excuse me, not to Swanepoel. It looked like to the big man, Berger, who crashed it up the field. The Namibians keep going to the left-hand side. Strong run there by the forwards. Hardik looks to pick and go around the corner. Has he got support? One of their stays and able to support them there, but a good counter-ruck by the Italians, but the ball is out. Swanepoel looks, it's long skip pass over the top to number 14, to Mouton, races for the corner, dives in. It looks like a Namibian try right in the right-hand corner. That is excellent play by the Namibians. We will have to wait, and the bench is absolutely loving it. And my goodness, that's quite a mullet there on one of the bench players. Can't wait to see that come on the field. It is indeed number 14, Mouton, who scores a lovely try for his side, but a fantastic pass by Swanepoel over the top there to recognize the space and cut out the Italian defense. So Reswin Mouton scoring his try, his first Rugby World Cup try. So congratulations to the young man. Here it comes. Excellent skip pass over there. You had two Namibian players that he could have picked. Pick the speedster, number 14, in the corner for all money. Great try. I only just not able to get across quick enough. To me on the replay there, that looks like he's in touch. Not in touch, excuse me. He's in play, not in touch. So, whoa, it's like centimeters, but I think he's good. Here we go. Excellent, excellent comeback, right? But that's the fight we needed to see from Namibia if they do want to stay competitive in this game. Right, so currently sitting at 17 points to the Italian, 8 points to Namibia with a kick to come. Not an easy kick, the right-hand touchline. Swanepoel steps up. It's got the distance. But unfortunately, just pulls it a bit to the right-hand side. So not able to convert there, but not a bad comeback from the Namibians. Yeah, Gabrizi, a bit of a grimace there on his face. He knows that they should have done better to keep that out. Thanks, Plum Duff. Appreciate the compliments there on the stream. Glad to have you here with us. Yeah, Kenyan rugby as well. So Plum Duff there saying, I love Kenyan rugby too, but they aren't in this league yet. No, not unfortunately not. But what we'll see is, they're always competitive in the sevens, those Kenyans. They play fantastic rugby in the sevens, that they can try and find the same form to translate into the 15s, which I think we've seen with the Fijian side, right? Have to look at the Fijians. They're obviously, you could argue probably, are they the most victorious seven side nation? Help me out here, guys, in the chat if they are. Fact check me on that one. I feel like Fiji are the most victorious sevens playing side. And what they've been able to do is they've been able to, I think, they've been able to translate then some of that seven skill into the 15s game, but then bring about the discipline that's required in 15s. And we've seen them just go from strength to strength. So maybe the Kenyans can potentially do the same. So Danston Daniel saying Namibia will win. I stand by this. Danston, you might be right. It's 17 points to 8, 22 minutes ago. I believe we just had our first water break. It is very hot in France. So we're seeing those around the 20-minute mark. The yellow card is done. So we're both back to full teams of 15 sides or 15 guys each. The Italians look to restart and they go deep into the Namibian half, down into the left-hand touchline. So that answers your question, Danston. The yellow is done. Back to a full complement for the Namibians. So Conradi has come back onto the field and Van Westhuizen has gone off, and that gives us our starting lineup. Dylan is asking, do you prefer Bitdefender or Express? Dylan, personally, I've used Bitdefender more, and I've really, really enjoyed it. And I'm not just saying that because they are a channel sponsor. I've never been let down by them. As I said, like here in the Delta, often have to use a VPN, and Bitdefender is excellent, but just remember they do so much more than just VPNs. They are all about cybersecurity. They give you the ability to monitor your mics. Like, I don't know if you guys have found this, where you're talking to someone about something and then all of a sudden you get adverts for it, but Bitdefender is able to offer you that safety. Okay, back to the rugby. Italian lineout, they go to the center and they'll look to drive that maul because the Namibians really look to be struggling with it, and here they go again. The Italians slowly creeping up the field. The Namibians are going to have to find a way to neutralize this legally. The Italians are still happy to go forward. Maybe they have to scramble back. They've made about 10 meters from the line out, so they will take this all day. Dylan's saying, okay, cool, gotcha, get it now. Absolutely, Dylan, get that Bitdefender VPN so you can watch the game too. How it comes, here we go. Gabrizi, bit of a show and a go there. Here come the Italians on the left-hand side. Chipped over the top, looking for space, finding it. That is an excellently weighted kick, not out in the full. driving the Namibians back into their 22 on the left-hand side, just saying, right, here we go. Either run it from us or run it back to us or kick it and give us ball back. We've got WH Vanderkorf in the chat saying go Namibia. So lots of Namibian fan guys. Alan Robinson saying the Welsh under-20 side showed loads of promise in the World Cup under-20. Yeah, and this is something we see, right? We sometimes see sides not being able to translate the success in U20 to the national side, but hopefully that the Welsh can do it. So the Namibians go to the back, off the top. Stevens setting it out to his forwards then to crash it up and gain a bit of ground to relieve a bit of pressure. Stevens once again looking, sends it back to Swanepoel. Swanepoel will look to exit. Not the best kick, not the worst, but the Italians now will fancy their attacking options here. So within the Namibian half, they will look to once again probe the Namibian defense, see what they can find. Vanderkorf is saying, watching it on TV, excellent. Great to have you joining into the stream as well, though. Fantastic to have you here. Fantastic to have everyone here, guys. Coming up 25 minutes, so 15 minutes left to go. The Italians go to the center line out. Here we go. Flat pass. Managed to collect it from Cabrizi. Then he gives it off. Out the back. Nice little pass here. The Italians are looking to run this up the field. Canoni there, unfortunately, spilling it before he went to ground. So all that good work kind of undone. Long skip past the left-hand side. The Namibians looking to run it from deep. Giving it to the try scorer. No, not the try scorer. The opposite wing there. Grayling looks like he took it up the field quite well. Swanepoel now directing his men. Namibian forwards doing what Namibian forwards do, crashing the ball up strongly. Stevens then out to Swanepoel. Swanepoel looking for space, stabs it down. Wow, that is an excellent kick. But the bounce, unfortunately, isn't favourable. Ione collecting it in the end. Looking inside of him. Finds Cabrizi, who then looks to exit. Oh, goodness. He looks like he lost it there. Swanepoel in the sun, allowing that ball to bounce. Luckily, nothing too adverse came of it. Rousseau, the big up and under, but collected by the Italian Cabrizi. And that looked forward there. And the ref agrees with me, but decided it was holding on. So we're back and forth there, guys. But what we see is the Namibians able to win a penalty right on the touchline, the right-hand side here. Yeah, we can see Swanepoel tracking that ball and just literally putting his hand up in the air. But, yeah, luckily not knocking it on. Great take by Cabrizi there. Good chase by Swanepoel. Good chase and then excellent steal, affecting that turnover. A kick is really only as good as its chase. Nice little banana kick there from Swanepoel. Difficult with no angle there. Oh, it's very, very difficult from the the touch judge, ruling that the kick went out before the Italian 22. And the Namibians will feel a bit aggrieved with that, but regardless, they'll look to hopefully set up a good attacking platform. So Van Jaarsveld looking to make amends for his yellow card infringement. Looking to throw in. Where does he go? To the front, taken off the top. Stevens. Out to Berger. Big, strong run by the forward, by the center. Stevens then distributes once again. Looking to come back to the right-hand side. Now Swanepoel got options out the back. Great pass, but fantastic tackle. Read really well. I think that was the Italian number 9, Varney. Read that play well. Got up with pressure. Caused the Namibians to just knock that ball on, unfortunately. So, yeah, it was number 6, Conradi, knocking that ball on. Nice pass by Rousseau, though. Yes, and it was number 9, Varney there. So, the man just getting in Conradi's line of sight, and Abby running and trying to run at full pace, catch that ball, and there's someone right in your face. They're very, very difficult. So, Conradi will not be happy with himself, but I think Varney will be stoked to sort of apply that pressure. Vanderkorf saying, my dad said Italy is going to win. Your dad might find some people who agree with him in this chat there, Vanderkorf. Leroux Zeman saying, do you think Italy can upset France or the All Blacks? This is why we love Rugby World Cups, because you never really know what's going to happen, right? Big, strong scrum by the Italians. They've won the penalty. The referee will let them play the advantage. What can they do here? A bit of a free play out to number 12, Morisi, inside, but then no advantage gained. Deemed to be collapsing the scrum. So the Namibian scrum struggling to deal with the Italians. Right, we've got about 12 minutes left. as I said, guys, while we wait for the ball to get out the field, we are brought to you today as well by BoyleSports. So do you think you know what the result's going to be? Many of you have put your predictions into the chat. Then why don't you head over to BoyleSport and create an account and place your bets? Not only can you win big on our prediction, but BoyleSports will match your first deposit up to R1,000. So check out the description and join today. You guys go check out our description. The links are all there for BoyleSports. As I said, many of you have put your predictions into the chat. It's been excellent. Really appreciate you guys getting involved and getting engaged. But yeah, if you're like fancying potentially making a bit of money, go check out BoyleSports as well. Go check out Chris Rowe. Chris's tips, his pro tips, telling us how to do things, not telling us how, suggesting how to do things. And I'd listen to Chris because he's made a bit of money. I know Steve's been very happy because Steve's been following. But back to the rugby. Italian line out to the center, off the top. Here it comes out into the center of the field. So getting out there really quickly. Looking back to come to the left-hand side. Nice skip past there. Strong defense by number 5, Uanivi, from the Namibian side. So the Italians look to go back to the right now. Fischetti taking it into contact. Ball a bit slow now. Okay, the Italians seem to have won another penalty. And the Namibians blown up again for not rolling away. So that's the third time the Namibians have been blown for not rolling away. Now, instead of going for the posts, the Italians feel like they've got enough of a cushion, so they are going to go for the corner. So Brisi looks to get as much ground as possible with an excellent kick just outside the 5 meters. So the Italians have to do better. They're making, not the Italians, excuse me, the Namibians have to do better. They're making strong tackles, meeting the Italians up front, but then just getting trapped or maybe potentially being a bit lazy and not really rolling away. So Ziman, in terms of the upsets, I mean, again, you never really know. The Italians looking good here, but I mean, we do know that France and the All Blacks are just on another level, but who knows? Rugby World Cup. Right to the center. Here come the Italians with a rolling maul. They know the Namibians are struggling with this, but it looks to have been collapsed legally. So they're not going to make much more ground there. Varney looks to distribute out. He gives it to the Italian backs. Once again, Varney looking who's he going to pick out. On the forwards coming around the corner, taking it into contact. The Namibians all over that ball. Comes back to the left-hand side now. Gives it to the big man Lamb for Talia. Fischetti coming around the corner at pace. But the ball deemed to have been rolled forward. So the Namibians are able to breathe a sigh of relief there. The Italians looked like they were coming on with good pace and good intensity. Let's have a look here. So Fischetti goes to ground. Looks to place the ball, and yep, there it is. Slight knock-on out of his hands. Classic, trying to reach back with one arm. Every coach going, place the ball back with 2 hands. So Namibia will be very grateful for that. Dylan, my heart wants Namibia to win, but my head says Italy will win. It's a sad admission. Dylan, no, I think I'm there with you as well. It would be lovely for the Namibians to get their first win of any Rugby World Cup, but the Italians do look to be commanding the game at the moment. Donovan Christian saying, go Namibia. But lots of Namibian fans in the chat, guys, on the stream. Thank you so much for joining. If you haven't already, guys, please make sure you smash that like button. Hit the subscribe button, right? It just lets us know we're doing a great job. It also pushes it out to more people, more people who might not know about the stream. So if you haven't already, hit that like button, become a subscriber. And just like some of you who are already members, and like Kevin van Eck, who became a Forever Sports member club today, if you can support us, that would be fantastic. So if you're able to support us financially by becoming a member, R19.99 a month, that would be fantastic. If not, like button and subscription is great as well. Rebecca Kamita saying Namibia win. Hopefully, well, I don't know about hopefully, but yeah, it'd be lucky to see them get their first win. Alan Robinson looking into the future. I think Wales and Fiji is going to be a cracking game tomorrow. I will be with you guys for the Welsh and the Fiji game, and I cannot wait. I think it is absolutely going to be a cracking game. Given the form that Fiji are in, and again, knowing what quality players the Welsh side has, it really, really should be a very, very good game. Mackenzie saying Namibia. Yeah, absolutely, Mackenzie. Hopefully they can get their first Rugby Cup win. So we're looking at the bench there. The guys got their umbrellas out, not for any rain, but for the heat. Apparently it is sweltering in France at the moment. So we do see those water breaks about every 20 minutes. So here we go. Namibian scrum, deep within their half, struggling with the pressure. The ref allows play to go on. The Namibians are able to clear that ball and exit quite well, although not gaining much ground. So I think as we not quite approach halftime just yet, but we're 33 minutes in, the Namibians, for me, two main things. Their discipline, giving away far too many penalties, allowing the Italians just to creep up the field, relieving any pressure that they build, and then their set pieces need to be much better. So Nicotera looks to throw into an Italian lineout just outside the Namibian 22. They go down to set the maul, but then it comes out to Varney, who then distributes to the centers. What do you see making a good solid run there? A little pick and go around the corner, but they've spilt it, and the Namibians have turned it over. Guys were calling for it on the left-hand side. Nice little out the back door there, passed by Daisel. And Rousseau hoofs it downfield. Not many people home. Ione at the back there for the Italians. He'll look to clear, and the Namibians will take that all day, being able to drive the Italians back, clear from their line. I think Conradi who was able to effect the steal. Great double tackle on Morisi. Conradi coming in there really quickly, getting his hands on the ball. Could say they were on the floor first, but anyway. And then the Namibians, just feel like just a quick pass here, shoops. But Capuzzo making an excellent hit there. But the Namibians doing well to carry on and keep that ball alive. So we're just outside the Italian 22 now, deep on the left-hand side. The Namibians throw into the front. They go to set their own maul. But out it comes quickly then to Daisel, who makes a strong run up the center. Stevens then goes back to the left-hand side with his forwards. Stevens comes again to the right-hand side with his forwards. Got options. Gives it to Hardwick. Neutralized by the Italian defense. Stevens again. Looking for more forwards. Around the corner they come. Well tackled by the Italians. So into phase 5. Off to Van Jaarsveld, who gets driven back by the Italian defenders. Out to Swanepoel now to the left. No real options for try scorer. Moton there has had to dance around a bit and easily chopped down. Stevens then looking back to his forwards. Here goes Conradi into contact. Stevens to the right-hand side, Van Jaarsveld again. Just feel like the ball needs to be a bit quicker. It's a bit slow. Back to the left now, Swanepoel. Looking for options, takes it to the line, tries a long lob pass over, but unfortunately Grayling not able to collect, just knocked on. So it's nice what the Namibians are trying to do. I do feel like the ball needs to be a bit quicker at ruck time, just allowing the Italian defense to set too much. And so when you do get the ball, there's no real option. You do feel like Grayling should have taken that pass though. Again, he was in the air, but he saw Capuzzo waiting there, ready to make that tackle. So excellent defensive work there. Sia Ngubane saying Italy will win this game, taking nothing away from Namibia. Like the French has shown us last night, rugby is an unpredictable game. Absolutely, yeah. I mean, potentially, Sia, we could see Namibia mount some sort of a really strong comeback in the second half. As I said, they've shown moments, right? This is always what we see with these. I hate calling them tier 2 nations, but if you guys have a better term for me, let me know what we can call them. These tier 2 nations is that they show moments and phases and plays of sort of top quality sides, but it's about stringing that together consistently, which is I think what Fiji's been able to do, right? Fiji have been able to take those moments and play 80 minutes of that rugby, which has been really, really exciting. So we will have an Italian scrum on the Italian 22 on the right-hand side of the field. Sirius Blue saying best way to stream the game. Sirius, if you have a look in the description of this video, you will find a short video on how you can watch Rugby World Cup 2023. So go have a look at that if you are interested, or you could stick with us here on Forever Sports. Okay, so some replacements just before the halftime. Seti, number 1, coming off, and I believe it is Bernade coming on, number 17. The Namibian fans really giving Seti there a nice round of applause. So coming up just before the halftime, we've got 36 minutes done. So Italian scrum, just outside the Italian 22. So they can't kick it directly out into touch. Strong scrum by the Italians. They'll be looking to milk the penalty, and they get the penalty. So now they can either try to do a nice run, which they do, and it doesn't come off. They're knocked on by Capuzzo. Unfortunate there, but number 1 looked to be collapsing the scrum. So again, the Namibian set piece struggling to keep up with the Italians. Yes, number one deems to be collapsing the scrum. Capuzzo not happy with himself. He feels like he should have had that ball, which would have allowed the Italians to potentially break through from deep. We just see number one there for Namibia, the replacements who's just come on. Tough thing, first scrum, and you get penalized. Kenzie saying true consistency is key. Absolutely, 100%, right? If you can throw out an amazing play for 2 minutes and then you've got 78 minutes left to do what? So really got to show what you can do consistently. Okay, 3 minutes left of the first half. So we are starting to wrap up this first half. 17 points to 8. I think a comfortable cushion, the Italians, but we know we can see the Namibians. They have been able to score. Here come the Italians, though, from the line out, back inside. Here they go looking for holes. Here they come slipping into the left-hand side of the field. Taken into contact by Morisi. Now brought out to the left-hand side, taken strongly up the field. Was that a bit of a knock-on? Referee says play on. The forward's now charging it up. Out it comes to the left-hand side. And intercepted by try scorer Mouton. Excellent work there by the young man. Now down the right-hand side, not much space. The Italians closing that down. Conradi not making much ground. So looking to go to the left. So Namibian ball, deep in the Namibian half. Stevens is going to look to potentially box kick out, relieve a bit of pressure. He does. What does the chase look like? Contestable. Unfortunately, I think it might have been Rousseau. Oh, no, a bit of interference there, obstruction. So the Namibians will enjoy that. They will feel like this is a great opportunity. So here we go. We're what? 1.5 minutes left. They've got a penalty. They could kick it down deep into the Italian half. Or are they going for posts? This would be a big kick if they're going for posts. Yeah, so just the referee deeming that too many Italian players getting in front there, preventing the Namibian guys from getting a chance under the ball. Dylan in the chat, they are indeed going for posts, guys. So this was a huge kick from Swanepoel within his own half. It was almost, I'd say about, 58 meters. A massive kick. Dylan in the chat saying Namibia just need to stay calm and remember that they are the Springboks little bros. You channel that little, the Springbokies. Someone Willem saying if Namibia can make it to halftime, 9 points behind is a huge moral boost. Absolutely. Potentially, they could only be 6 points behind. Let's see if Tian Swanepoel can convert just before the half. So 58-meter kick, probably with the angle 59. No, he's pushed it to the right-hand side, unfortunately. So definitely had the distance, but lost the accuracy. So pushed it to the right-hand side. But I think Simon's point still remains. 9 points is not too much. They can definitely come back from that. Tian Wilter saying this is Namibia's best chances of winning a Rugby World Cup game in 2023. I would have to agree with you there, Tian. So hopefully the Namibians can rally themselves in the second half. So we are going into the red now. That is going to be full time, but the referee is saying to play on. So there's a dropout 22 from the Italians. Let's see if the Namibians try and run it back or if they are happy to go into the half. No, they are going to look to kick. So Rousseau does a big up and under, but far too deep, giving the Italians lots of time to collect. They have called the mark, tap, and kicked out. So that brings us to the end of the first half between Italy and Namibia. So 17 points to 8. I have to agree with someone there saying that I think the Namibians, only being 9 points down, will definitely fancy that they have a shot in this game. I think the Italians will be frustrated. There were points where they could have converted more, but not taking those opportunities. So we will look to see what happens in the second half in just a bit. What I'd like you guys to do is while you are refreshing your refreshments, please pop an updated score prediction in the chat, right? So I asked you guys for score predictions before the game started, and you were absolutely stars and brilliant, and you commented, you gave me lovely things to read. Now, what I'd like you to do is pop in an updated score prediction. So we're 17-8 at half. What do we think the full time is going to be? Do we think that Namibia can come back and win? Or do we think that potentially the Italians will close out this game in the second half? Right, I'm going to go fill up my refreshment, guys. I will see you just before we kick off for the second half of the second game of Rugby World Cup 2023 here on Forever Rugby on Forever Sports.
Hello and welcome to Forever Rugby on Forever Sports. For today's guide on how to watch the Rugby World Cup. The good news is the entire Rugby World Cup is being shown on a free-to-air broadcaster in the form of RTE2, which is an Irish broadcaster. Which means that if you're in Ireland or through the use of a virtual private network or a VPN, you can watch the entire Rugby World Cup on a free-to-air broadcaster without even having to log in, you don't have to do anything for free, basically. So if you have any questions, put them in the comments below and smash like on the video. But I'm about to show you exactly how you can watch all the action. So there's no excuse to miss anything. It has every single one of the 48 matches. And in case you need to know how to watch, in case you're still looking for a method to watch, then this is exactly how you can do it. Right, to watch the entire World Cup on a free-to-air broadcaster, which is RTE2, then this is what you need to do. First things first, you're going to get yourself a VPN, which is a virtual private network. Basically what that is going to do is that is going to geolocate your device to make it seem as if you are in a different location, in this case in Ireland, because that is where RTE is going to be free for the World Cup. Now, every single one of the 48 games will be shown RTE. So first things first, you're going to download a VPN. We recommend using ExpressVPN because it's tried and tested and worked. And so you're going to download, link in the description. The entire guide for exactly how this method works is in the description as well. So you're going to go and download ExpressVPN, install it. This is what it looks like. You're going to use those three dots on the right-hand side to bring up all the locations. You're going to go to Ireland and you're going to then click on connected. Now, currently I'm connected, which means if I go to the RTE website, I'm not even signed in or anything like that, but I'm currently watching all on RTE over here, as you can hear now.
I got to take some notes.
So that is RTE2 right now, which is the channel that all 48 games will be live on. If as soon as I go to ExpressVPN and I turn it off, this suddenly will no longer be geolocating my device. It'll make it seem as if I'm in South Africa because that is currently where I am. And I'm going to just refresh RTE in the background. And as soon as you're not connected to a VPN, this method will not work. But it is literally as easy as that. So all you have to do is get yourself a VPN and connect to Ireland. And over here, as soon as you're not, it says you cannot stream due to rights restriction. It's easy as that. ExpressVPN, Ireland server, watch every single game on RTE2. If you have any questions, put it down in the comments below. Otherwise, you can use this method for every single game up to the playoffs, quarters, semis, and final. And looking forward to seeing you guys all across the various watch-alongs. Please do smash like on the video. Please do subscribe to the channel as well. Thank you very much for watching. My name is Stephen. I'll chat to you soon. Hello everybody, my name is Stevie P and I'm here to tell you about Bitdefender, who are one of the Forever Sports channel partners. Bitdefender offers world-leading cybersecurity solutions which make sure that all your data is protected across all of your devices. We make sure that we are never compromised thanks to Bitdefender, and you should as well. Alongside their world-class cybersecurity needs, they also offer a world-class VPN, which not only hides and protects all your data and your internet privacy, but also allows you to access content from around the world using this VPN, which means you can unlock certain content which you might not otherwise have been able to watch, including live rugby across the world. So make sure you get Bitdefender. Check the description of all of our videos to get yourself a Bitdefender subscription. They are not only one of the world leaders, but also one of the most affordable options out there. So there really is a no loss of situation here. Get yourself Bitdefender, get yourself protected, and make sure that you're never compromised thanks to Bitdefender. everybody, Stevie P here from Forever Sports, and I'm here to tell you about BoyleSports, the official betting partner of Forever Sports. Across all of our channels, they are one of the leading betting companies in the world and have recently launched in South Africa with an amazing offering. You can get a 1,000 Rand welcome offer. For the rugby, they are giving you 25% payout boost up to 2,000 Rand on the Springboks winning the World Cup, as well as an extra 50 Rand bet when you stake 250 more on rugby during the Rugby World Cup. It is your one-stop betting shop. That is BoyleSports. Come and join us in the community. Check the links in the description to sign up, get yourself an account, and make sure that you are winning big with BoyleSports.
And welcome back. If you did go fill up your refreshments, welcome back. If you've been here with the whole time, fantastic. Good to have you here. So, have been going through the chat, and I think some really excellent analysis from you guys. We're definitely going to have to get some of you on the channel to do some fan cams and reactions. That would be fantastic. Sia here saying, if Namibia can just keep the ball and play and put Italy under pressure, then they can still win this game. But they need the ball to play rugby. Absolutely. So I think what we've seen from the Namibians is they are able to string some phases together. And what's been really good is that Swanepoel, more often than not, has had at least 3 different options. So when he gets the ball, he's got either 2 forwards to hit, he's got an outdoor option as well. So the Namibians are creating things for themselves, but just not able to string sort of phases together consistently, which we spoke about earlier being the key to success. Then there was some chats about Argentina and England, which is going to be an absolutely fantastic game. A little bit of chat there about potentially what's going on. And as always, you guys delivered. I asked, you delivered some score predictions here. So some updated score predictions. Namibia will win 38 points to 30. That comes from Mackenzie. So lots more tries to see. Hopefully, we can see a lot more tries in this game. Sia saying that Italy will win by 5. So quite a contested game there. Lindsay Lowe saying Namibia for the win 27-22. Ferdinand Jombe saying, thank you, Namibian players. You're doing well. Keep up the pressure. Let's win this game. Hopefully, they can keep to apply that pressure. Tian Volters there saying 31-15 to Italy. Alan Robinson, full-time Italy 35, Namibia 14. Zakaria Kimba saying 20 points to 36. No mention with who's where. So interesting to see there. Let's have a look. Plum Duff, I'm loving Namibia. Awesome. And then we got some polls going on, guys. If you haven't voted in the poll, please let us know. Do you think that Namibia can come back to win? Let's see. Mackenzie there saying we are always in a group of death, but why can't we be in a group without South Africa or New Zealand, which only happened once, by the way, but go Namibia for the win. Plum Duff's commenting on our professionalism. Thank you very much. Dylan, once I've got Bitdefender, where can I go to watch the game? So, Dylan, you're going to have to check it out. I will see what I can find. Let's have a look there. Plum Duff, time for a beer. Cheers. Yeah, absolutely. Thank you, Plum. And Tyson6 saying, Nam, come on. Yeah, Nam, come on. Absolutely. Can the Namibians fight to get their first Rugby World Cup win? What can they do? Let's see. I'm going to get the stream up here on my end. We can't be far off from kickoff. Yeah, let me know, guys. What were you most impressed with in that first half? I think, although the Namibians conceded that yellow card quite early on, and within that yellow card, I think the Italians did score 2 tries. I feel like then Namibia to come back and score that try, sort of to negate one of theirs, was really good. I feel like had that try not been scored, I think would be in a different position now at the moment. But I think, as I said, what the Namibians need to try and focus on is definitely looking at consistency, stringing phases together, continually applying that pressure. Their set piece needs to be better. So the lineouts have been pretty good, despite that one overthrow from poor Hardik, who was in because of the yellow card. And then the Italians scored from that. So that's really unfortunate. But I think their scrums, they've been found wanting at scrum time. The Italians have been able to milk quite a few penalties from that. But they also need to use it as a good platform. Like, I think Stevens, the number 9 for Namibia, and Swanepoel are quite exciting. And they've got strong runners in Berger and Daisel. So the backs are struggling to launch from any sort of platform, I think, due to the inability to get their set piece together. Clarence van Wyk saying Namibia can do this. They absolutely can. I think going in at halftime, as was said earlier, only by 9 points is not a huge deficit. It's just about that consistency, it's about that discipline. But the second half, we'll see what can happen. Can the Italians find that form that they've had coming into this World Cup and close out the game, or are the Namibians able to upset things? Right, guys, here we go. We are ready for kickoff into the second half of the second game of Rugby World Cup 2023. So the Italians now in white, playing from left to right. And we get underway. So deep into the Namibian half, collected there by Hardwick, who looks to run it up, beats one defender, then into two more, still within the 22. Stevens looks for more forwards potentially, finds them, taken in by big number 4, Ludik, judged to be still within the 22. So now we'll look to feed it deep back to Swanepoel. Good pressure by the Italians there, not allowing him too much time on the ball. And he does indeed find touch. So good extra strategy there by Namibia. And I think this is something that potentially isn't focused on enough, is not the boring plays, but like your extra strategies, something that people don't really think of much. But your top nation sides will always exit well. Okay, Nicotera looking to throw into the line hearts. The ref asking just for a bit more gap. Always seems to be the thing. So Nicotera here finds the center. They look to drive quickly, but then out it comes. Strong run up there from the Italian center. Now here comes Varney, takes it to the line, shifts it to the big man, and knocked on. So the Namibians will see that as a solid win there defensively. The Italians, unfortunate, they're just not able to keep it. And I do believe it might have been Nicotera, number 2, knocking on. And then that knock-on turned into a penalty. Not sure what that was given for. Chatting. Excellent. Okay, so the referee's having none of it. The Italians obviously getting a bit too chatty there. Swanepoel looks to kick deep into the Italian half. Okay, so if Namibia was ever to really make a statement, this is where it would be. So knock on, and then the Italians here look like just complaining a bit too much, and then turn into a penalty. Yeah, just really silly stuff there by the Italians. Mark Sony being really complimentary in the chat. Thank you so much. Most impressed with your commentary. Keep up the good work. I will endeavor to do so, sir. So the line-out, the Namibians are able to secure. They look to set up a driving maul. Van Jaarsveld has it at the back, not really going forward. Surely use it once, sir. Here comes Stevens, ready to unleash the Namibian backline. He goes, he distributes. Strong run there by Berger. Stevens again looks to find his forwards back onto the left-hand side there. Hardwick takes it into contact. Whoa. But Fischetti meets him physically. Stevens again to the left. Swanepoel, not many options on the left-hand side, has to take it into contact. And the ball knocked loose by one of his cleaners. So this is what we're talking about, guys. The Namibians just not able to apply sustained periods of pressure. Massive hoof down the field by the Italians. It's Rousseau at the back there, has to clean. He kicks, doesn't find touch. He's got to run it because he's got to put all his mates on side. But luckily, Gabrizi sort of fumbles the ball a bit. Italians looking for space, not finding it, kicking it back to the Namibians. The Namibians now kicking it back to the Italians. So a little bit of old school rugby here. That kick might go a bit long. Indeed, it does. And it runs out the back. So we will have an Italian scrum all the way deep in the Namibian half. Really unfortunate. Okay, yeah, so why Gabrizi fumbled that ball a bit, again, coming out of the sun there. Similar to what we saw, Swanepoel unable to track that ball. So again, potentially sides might notice that more and look to kick from right to left, put that ball in the sun's path and make it really difficult for the guys to collect it. Sia here saying Namibia number 10, so Swanepoel must use his options and get the ball wide or keep the ball, put up phases, down Italy, yep, a good 9-10 combination. Your wings will have a good day putting the ball in tie zone. See, I couldn't agree with you more. As we said, Swanepoel's got the options, but it's then just the small things potentially that then they struggle to keep the ball and just keep applying the pressure. Zakaria saying Namibia to win 31 points to 20. So lots of Namibian fans in the chat. It's great to have you guys here. Great to have everyone here. So scrum going down quite easily and deemed to be a penalty. I think the touch judge or assistant referee on the other side deeming that the Namibian prop there collapsing. collapsing the scrum. So here we see a replay of the scrum. Yeah, and before the ball can go in, I think it might be Kutsia there, number 3. But I need to check if we've had any substitutions. Okay, so really strong attacking platform now for the Italians deep inside the Namibian half on the 5 meter, just outside the 5 meter. The Italians look to set up the driving maul, which has been effective for them in the first half. Here they go, marching up the field. They've got all the momentum. Ball brought down, looks like just short before the line. Pick and go around the corner from the forwards. I feel like it's a bit inevitable here. It'll show and go. They're not really effective from the Italian forwards. They are on the Namibian try line. The Namibian defense holding strong, though. Excellent, driving the Italians backwards. They need to hold out here. We feel like if the Italians score again, it's going to be a tough day in the office. Ooh, Lamb running behind one of his players there. Could be a bit of obstruction, sir. So it says, let the boys play. And the Italians have crossed the line. So we have another Italian try scored by the big number 4, Lamb, who is able to capitalize, unfortunately, there on some disarray Namibian defense, guys. So we are now 22 points to 8. Dino Lamb scores his first Rugby World Cup try in 2023. Came from a solid line out and a good maul. Again, the Namibians not able to neutralize that maul defense, maul effect, rather. You thought they were over for all money here, but then some last-minute Namibian defense bringing them short. And then some pick and goes around the corner, and Lamb showing excellent strength, really, to not go down in the tackle and to fight his way over. He was held up and was able to wrestle the ball away from the Namibian player and get over the try line. So some really excellent strength there. Big test for the Namibians now, because you feel it could potentially start to run away from them, which could be quite dangerous. I feel like they need to get on the scoreboard next. They need to start shifting the momentum back in their favor. Otherwise, the Italians are going to have their tails up and just run riot all day. Okay, so Alan is able to slot the conversion kick, taking us to 24 points to 8. In the second half, we've just had 47 minutes. So 7 minutes into the second half, we see our first points. But we do see some substitutions looking like they're going to happen here for the Italians before we get play underway. Simon Willem saying there the issue with Namibia has always been that the second half, that they lack of game time to start to show. Yeah, exactly, right? So they play well the first half, and then second half, because they've not had consistently games throughout the year, throughout the seasons, throughout the 4 years, there's nothing like match fitness. You can do all the fitness drills in the world you want, but there really is no substitutes. Okay, so Maurici comes off and Bruno comes on. So the Italian number 12 is off and Pierre Bruno is on the field. Jetpack saying it is as upsetting as watching a Bristol Bears game. I went to a couple, and they were not the most. They were quite upsetting. All right, so here we go. The Namibians on the attack, looking good on the left-hand side. The Italian defense looking strong though. Stevens out to Ludik, taking into contact. He's had a lot of ball carries today and often positive ball carries. Nice little pop pass from Swanepoel there. So Ludik, Stevens to Swanepoel and then giving it to a forward, taking it flat to the line. Stevens now looks to find Ludik again. Who pops it out the back? Nice little play there. Swanepoel, nice. The Italian, come on, yeah. Just you feel like one more pass and they are through. Here we come again to the right-hand side. So in the Italian half, the Namibians have ball. This is it. Can they string phases of play together? No, they can't, because they've lost the ball. The Italian players able to turn that over effectively. Right, Jetpack is Steph. Hi, Steph. How are you doing? Good to have you join us here. Right, so Mark Sony saying Ferrari has a big enough engine on him. Yeah, big engine on me. Absolutely. That man is ready to go and go and go. So the Italians now will fancy this as a good attacking platform. So we see Bruno there potentially lining up to get the ball. What can he bring to the side? Some fresh legs. Haven't seen too many substitutes from the Namibians, although it is still. Right, hi guys. I think the audio cuts out there for a bit. Maybe you guys can let me know in the chat if you've got me. Awesome. All right, so we're back to full thing. So here come the replacements. So Ferrari comes off, and he's replaced by Riccioni. And here we're seeing some Namibian replacements as well. So Italian lineout, and looks like closing the space. So the Namibians breathe a sigh of relief as they get a short arm there. So the Namibians deciding to kick that short arm out. So they won't retain possession, but they will feel that it was better to get out of their half there as opposed to running it out. So the Italians will take the ball. So Italian lineout. Here we go. What can the Azzurri do? Forwards rumbling up the field, but the Namibian defense holding strong. So we haven't quite seen those tired legs yet. Oh, nice little break there from the Italian backs. Out it comes. Not many options on the right-hand side. The Italians, you feel like, just will maybe look to ramp it up again. Unfortunately, though, knocked on by the Italians. So turned over by the Namibians. Hard work there, picking and offloading, but then ultimately knocking on, unfortunately. But this will be a good platform for Namibia if they can keep their scrum. Sounds back. Thank you, Chris, for that. Let's have a look. We are the land of the brave. Just watch what Namibia are going to do. It's our game. This that comes from Sakiria. Yeah, hopefully, man. Hopefully they can just keep it out. So here comes Van Jaarsveld off the field. So I imagine Van Westhuizen is coming on. So we start to see the Namibian replacements, and again, those legs getting very heavy. As was mentioned earlier in the chat, these guys don't play much international rugby, so not having much of that rugby fitness. But you can't ask for, well, you could ask for a slightly better attacking platform, but it's a pretty good attacking platform. Within the Namibian Italian half, right in the center of the field, so you've got options on both sides. So you're going to keep the defense guessing. The Namibian forwards just need to put in a massive effort here to win the scrum and start to get their backs really good go forward ball. I feel like the Namibian backs have been, I'd say they've been on par with the Italian forwards. I think where potentially the differences come at the Italian backs. I think where the differences come in is the Italian forwards seem to have been slightly a better pack. And therefore the Italians have been able to get sort of front foot go forward ball. So here comes the scrum, but we're going to reset it. Just seems to be a little bit unstable. So 24 points to 8, guys. 52 minutes gone. So still plenty of time in this game. It is looking rather hot out there. It looks like beautiful conditions, though. The sun is shining. But as I mentioned, that sun is an awkward angle. And the Italians now running into the sun, especially on the right-hand side of the field. If the Namibians could look to cross-kick or even just bang it down that side, I think they would really struggle. Right, into the scrum we go. Nice, strong scrum. There goes Stevens on the right-hand side. He stabs it through. Strong chase by Stevens. Ione collects. Good tackle. Come on. And there we go. Excellent pressure. So what a piece of individual brilliance there by Stevens. So Stevens picking and going round the scrum, kicking it through, and then putting such pressure on Ione that he then had to sort of go down, wasn't able to release the ball, and had to get up and play the ball illegally. Really, really excellent work. So good pressure. This is fantastic. The Namibians now will look to tap and go, and they give it to Hardwick. He takes it into contact. Here come the Namibians. Forwards crashing it in. The Italian defense holding strong. Come on, Namibia. You feel like this is where they need to score. Can they hold their discipline? Can they do the basics right? Can they get over the Italian try line? Need to make sure that players aren't running in isolated. Stevens at the base of the ruck gives it to number 16. Vanavest stays in fresh legs. What can he do? And I'm sorry to report, guys, the Italians have turned the ball over. So number 20, though, for Italy, Zuliani, is able to poach that ball excellently. Tough stuff. Look, again, promising, I think, from the Namibians, but you just feel like it's that final step they just need to get out there. So unfortunately, not able to convert that into points. Charmaine Swart, thank you so much for becoming a Forever Sports member, guys. If you haven't checked it out, please do have a look and see if you can support us in whatever way is possible. Becoming a member is epic. If you're able to like the video, subscribe if you haven't already, that would be fantastic. But go out and check for like 19 Rand 99 a month. You can become a Forever Sports member. It allows us to bring you sort of all this rugby coverage and more, right? If you check out our other sports pages, we've got tons of coverage, football, F1, all the good stuff. And we're just seeing a moving player going off the field there. I think that might have been the mullet, which I was very excited to see. But number 19 there, who is Tian de Klerk, just holding his head. So potentially going off for an HIA, head injury assessment. The Italians go to the back of the lineout, now looking to go to their backs. Capuzzo now streaming down the left-hand side. He's got options left. He's got options right. He goes to the left. Ione now back inside to Capuzzo. Capuzzo on the left, and he's over. Oh, my goodness. Mark Sony in the chat. Mark might be a bit of a telepath there. Potentially seeing the future. Mark made a fantastic joke saying, if a certain Italian wing scores, Namibia will be Capuzzo. And who's the man to cross the whitewash? But indeed, number 14, Ange Capuzzo. So, again, this for me has been the difference between the two sides. The Italians were able to effect a positive set piece from a line out, get it to the back, get it to the center of the field, and then move it from there. So here we go, to the back of the line out, down it comes, out it goes. Options, out the back, options, and then just numbers on the left-hand side. Out to Putzo, excellent pass there. He had Ione on his left, he had runners on his right, decided to go to the left, stay inside, come back, nice step off the right foot, and in the corner for a try. So, yeah, I'm sorry, Namibian fans, but that was some really fantastic pieces of rugby and play, and just how explosive the Italians can be. I think the Namibian defense will ask big questions, though. Why were there 3 Italian overlap? Why were they left wanting so much? What a fantastic, fantastic score, though. Really great work. We knew that he was going to be electric with ball in hand, so it's fantastic to finally see him get into some space. Yeah, Richard Ruddock there saying that the problem is that the amount of Namibian game time that they get each year is not enough. I absolutely agree with you. All right, and we see Alan absolutely slot the kick right from the touchline. So fantastic conversion kick there, taking the score to 31 points to 8. But going back to Richard's comment there, absolutely, Richard. I think I think early on in the chat, Reese had mentioned that a lot of these Namibian boys are trained in South Africa, and they play for good sides. But it's just that cohesiveness and that rugby match fitness that potentially is letting them down. So hopefully we can start to see them play potentially more games and therefore develop to become a stronger side. So we get started underway again. The Namibians kicking off to the Italians deep. the Italians will look to clear, finding touch. But the Namibians go quickly. So bringing it infield and a nice up and under here. All depends on the chase. Is it competitive? It looks so. Just wasn't sure if he was inside the 22, so not calling the mark. So the Namibians now doing well to put pressure. Bruno takes the ball and goes down. Eventually, they are now out the 22, so can't kick it directly out. Fabrizi shifts it onto his forward. Then a nice little pass out the back to number 13, Ignacio. And again, the Italians are in space. Capuzzo with the ball in hand, swings it once again out to Oni on the left wing. He steps strongly off the left foot inside, but brought down by the Namibian defenders. You do feel like it's going to start opening up now. Ball is a bit messy. The Namibians are able to turn that over. So the Namibians breathe a slight sigh of relief, but not for too long. So taken into contact, and they will breathe a big sigh of relief now as they gain a penalty, the Italians being offside. So again, the Italians looking really dangerous at the moment, almost as if they can score from anywhere. And it's not great news for Namibia because there is still 23 minutes to go. And you can start to see the Namibians looking quite tired. Really good work again. Capuzzo, you feel like had acres of space. Once again, good pass out to Ioni there. Strong step off the left foot, but enough bodies in the way to bring him down. Not really a tackle, just as opposed to just getting in his way, really. Really, really terrifying. Looks strong down that side of the field, though. Swanepoel doing just enough to get a shoulder into Ioni, who's brought down. Richard talking about there that South Africa should look more into helping Namibia than Argentina. Yeah, it'd be interesting to see if we could get a Namibian side for sort of local games like the Currie Cup potentially, or then, like a rugby championship, because you could say the Argentinians, have benefited greatly from constantly being exposed to the tier 1 nation sides, which would be really, really good. So that would be excellent. Right, we're having a water break, I believe, here. Oh, no, it's injury yet, so not water, because that'll come at the 60-minute mark. Just wanting to pull up here, see if we can get some of the stats so far. Always great to get up some of the running stats here. So Theo Bainon, who scored the last 2 tries for Italy. So at 45 minutes, just after halftime, we had Lamb. Big number 4, Lamb, scored the try and Alan converted. And then Capuzzo just recently scored now the second try and Alan again converting. So try by Lamb, converted by Alan. Try by Capuzzo and converted by Alan. Okay, and we are back to playing. So what do we have? We have a Namibian line out. They go to the front, collected off the top, and deemed to leave the line out and then come back in. So a short arm to Italy. So, yeah, Van Jaarsveld, Van der Veste is in there, the replacement hooker, looking just as confused as I am. I didn't quite see what he was being called on. We've also got some substitutions. I see that Pazzarello is on for Barney. So the number 9 is substituted for Italy. Again, coming up to the 60-minute mark. I don't know, guys. We've got that poll talking about can Namibia come back to win. What do we think? Let me know in the chat there. Do we think it's still possible? I mean, it's a big mountain to climb now, especially with the Namibian boys looking quite tired and the Italians starting to maybe find their form, find more of those holes. Let me know in the comments. What do we think? Can the Namibians do it? Strongest Italian scrum. The Namibian scrum not holding their own. The Italians milked the line out, so now they've got a free play here. What happens? Fabrizi distributes, finds his centers. Long pass goes over the top, collected by the Namibians, but we come back for the Italian advantage. Again, the Namibians need to sort out this scrum. They would penalize for standing up in the scrum. Thanks, I have Capuzzo in my fantasy along with Ioni and Fischetti. So Theo's fantasy must be doing quite nicely at the moment because Ioni obviously assisting with that Capuzzo try, and Fischetti's had a big shift. He's done well. I think won a couple penalties there. So I think Theo's fantasy is going to do nicely. that reminds me, guys, if you haven't joined already, have a look. We have a fantasy group as well as some Superbru picks. So make sure that you are joining the Forever Sports Superbru club or league. Okay, the Italians once again deep in Namibian territory. They have a line out. They throw to the front. They look to set them all. It's worked for them all day. Why not go again? Here they come rumbling through. The Namibian defense, non-existent. Looks like too quickly as they trip over their own feet. Over the top they go. The Italians have... I thought the ref called the try. Anyway, the ball's been moved backwards. Here we come around the corner. Namibian defense holds strong. We've seen this before, though. Can the Namibians hold out here? Pick and go. It's tough stuff. They're on the line. They have to go low, and there it is. Try scored. We'll wait to see from the bodies who gets up to claim the tries. It is indeed one of the substitutions, just waiting for him to either turn around, show me his number. There he is, number 18. Number 18 is Rich Ioni. So one of the substitutes coming on and making a high impact play. Oh, just having a quick look, if there was a knock-on in the build-up to that play. I think it looks like it's been knocked backwards, but Riccioni then strong drive for the line and making it over. Oh, the referee saying, no, we're going to have a further look at this. So here we go to have a look at the TMO, guys. Potentially a knock-on in the build-up. We know that the teams or the TMOs are being a lot more involved in games to have a look and to see if there's any reason that a try can't be awarded. So we're going to have a look at this and see, was there indeed a knock-on with the initial dive by one of the Italian players? To me, that looks like it's been knocked backwards and into his chest and onto the ground. So I don't see any clear reason not to award the try. But potentially from this angle. So here we see diving for the line, one arm out. That ball's knocked backwards, and then he lands on it. So once again, for me, that looks like it's... But you know what, guys? It doesn't matter what I think. The ref has judged that ball to have gone forward, and therefore no try. So the biggest sigh of relief breathed by the Namibians as they escape another Italian try. I don't know about that, but not up to me. Richard getting involved in the chat. They're saying European rugby has evolved since South Africa became a part of the URC. They can at least help with Namibia and the rest of Africa. No, Richard, I'm on board. I think one of the concerns, though, is that actually maybe the South African side might have suffered having joined the European League because, you know, the Southern Hemisphere side rugby or style of rugby is so much quicker. I think a lot of people were nervous that because, you know, a lot of the South Africans were now playing in the URC, it was slower rugby, and so that when they came to play Southern Hemisphere sides like Australia and New Zealand, potentially Argentina, that we would struggle. However, you know, we've seen that that's not necessarily the case. Okay, Namibians with a strong scrum deep in their half, and they're being walked back by the Italians. Can they get that ball out quick enough? They can, given to one of the centers to crash it up the field, making them a bit of space. And out the back to Swanepoel, who then clears. Does he find touch? He does indeed. And really importantly, again, what's shown high IQ, rugby IQ from Swanepoel there is when he kicked it out, he's kicked it deep out in terms of it's going into the stand. Someone else is touching that ball, so the Italians can't look to go quickly because then the Namibians would have to come up a lot quicker than they would really like to. So we go with an Italian line out. Comes to the front. The Namibians drive it backwards, given out to the backs now. Number 22 for Italy. Odogu takes a strong run up. The Italians looking to pounce on the right-hand side here. Oof, knocked on those. The Namibians will have a scrum. They might be looking to clear earlier than that, though. Here they come down the left-hand side. Kicked into the center of the field, which is not necessarily where you want it to go, giving the Italians options. Gabrizi picks. He looks. He fancies a little run, but excellent tackle there from the Namibian player. The Italians go down the left-hand side. Couple passes, and Odogu looks like he's either knocked it on or that ball has been passed into touch. Deemed a knock-on. So one of the substitutes there, Odogu for Italy, just knocking the ball on, unfortunately. So the Namibians, I think, will be happy with that. I mean, they were deep under pressure in their own half on the 5 meter with the scrum. able to get out of there, and now they've earned a scrum way up the field. But yeah, looking forward to seeing what 22 Paolo Odogu can do. He looks like quite an explosive player here. Just unfortunately, no, okay. Yeah, very difficult pass to collect there at his feet. You feel like if that had been ball in hand, he would have had a stellar run down that left-hand side. Sean Bennett asking, has anyone else got load shedding? Sorry, Sean. Yeah, no, that is a real struggle that our South Africans have to contend with. I'm actually currently up in the Okavango Delta, so power can be a bit intermittent here. That's normally because like an elephant has knocked over the power grid or something. So no load shedding for me unless the Ellies decide otherwise. So I think there's some constant themes coming through in the chat there from Richard and Sia about the Namibians need to play together more often, and absolutely. But I think that comes down to, I'm pretty sure that if these Oaks haven't got professional contracts for teams outside of Namibia or even in Namibia, they might have second jobs. And, realistically, if you've got guys who are doing two jobs to then try and play against guys whose full-time job it is to do rugby, it's very difficult. Okay, Namibian scrum looks a bit better. They get the ball out. Swanepoel looks, gives it out to the centers. Nice options there. So that was Berger who had options. Ball knocked backwards. Play on, says the ref. Here come the Namibians. Little stab through. Oh my goodness gracious. Rousseau was so close to collecting that. Yes, Swanepoel has got his hands on his mouth because he knows had that kick just been weighted a little better or the bounce had been slightly different, it looked like Rousseau was going to collect that and scream down the left-hand side for a try. So again, the Namibians showing, hey, we're not out of this game yet. Yeah, no, I think Rousseau was, he had only to beat, so a really good defender, but, I kind of think Rousseau might have been able to give him the step there, but we'll never know. So Italian line-out. Faeva looks to throw, does so to the front. Lamb collects, they set the maul, and from the base, they distribute out into the center. Gabrizi offloads it to one of the big boys to crash it up further. Here the Italians come down the left-hand side. The Namibian defense looking good, though. Can they keep up the good defense? The Italians go all the way to the left. Only brings it back to the right. Capuzzo now running with ball in hand. Capuzzo is still on his feet and then eventually taken down by number 16, Van der Westhuizen. Namibia have managed to turn that ball off. Swanepoel looks around, comes to the left-hand side. They need to make sure they're not going to get isolated. Number 7, Latif takes the ball in, and they're able to win a penalty in Namibia. So the Italians deemed not to roll away. So I reckon here we'll look to go for the touchline. There's no point going for the 3 points. The Namibians will be looking to score a try, most certainly. So excellently turned over by number 8, Hardwick for Namibia, winning himself that penalty. Excellent kick by Swanepoel, pins the Italians deep in their half, just outside the 5 meter. So we've been here before. I've said it before, but you do feel that if the Namibians want to get back into this game, here is a great opportunity. You've got a line out, you can set the rolling more. What can they do? Can the Namibian forwards? Swanepoel is in the line out, interestingly, at the front as a lifter. So I think we're going to see a big, and they've overthrown it over the fingertips. The Italians collect. Frustrating. But somehow the Namibians win another penalty, not rolling away again. Okay, so take 2 potentially, or in at the sides. Beg my pardon. So the Italians deemed to be coming in at the side of the ruck. The Swanepoel will once again go for the touchline. So Namibia get another chance at that lineout. So first lineout going over the fingertips. What can they do with the second lineout? Richard making some good points in the chat there about potential form of international teams. We'll just wait for Faeva to get his boots sorted. So come on, Namibia, you feel like this is the opportunity here to get over the try line and try and get into this game. There are still 14 minutes left, and the Namibians have looked like they can score from anywhere. The referee, though, they're judging them to have come across. So here we go. So the front's the line out. Strong maul, but by both sides. The Namibians not making much ground. Let's use it once. De Klerk at the back. De Klerk distributes. Strong run. Good meters gained. 2 meters from the try line. De Klerk again. The Namibians have an advantage. They've got a free play here. Can the Namibians get over the Italian try line? So it is stolen by the Italians, but they have that penalty. So again, the Namibians, and some of the Namibian players now saying, so there've been a couple of repeated infringements down this end. Is it time for a warning for the Italians? And I do feel like they have a point. Okay, so he's gone to Lamaro of Italy, saying, hey, have a chat to your side. And he said to the boys, no more. I feel like the next infringement down here in the red zone has to be potentially a penalty. Yeah, so the last 5 penalties been in sort of critical areas. So Namibia get a third chance. What do? They go to the front. They set the maul. Can they get go forward ball? It looks like it is Van der Westhuizen at the back of that maul with the ball. It's going sideways. Here come the Namibian backs. They're throwing everyone into this maul. Unfortunately, not able to drive it through much. The ref says that's once. It sort of collapses. Can they work to get the ball at the back there quick enough? No, they cannot. And the Italians are able to absorb that pressure really, really well. And the Namibians potentially not the right call to throw their backs in there. I would have liked to have seen the Namibian backs with the ball in space. I think that we've sort of seen how the Namibian forwards potentially aren't able to match up to the Italian forwards, but I do think that the Namibian backs are really exciting. Their centers have been able to get over the advantage line every time, just more or less, as well as their wingers who've scored the only try, obviously, Mouton there. So I just would love to see them in space, but unfortunately not making the correct call there. Frustrating. Yeah, the Namibian body's looking quite tired now out there. It has been a long, hot game for them. Alistair Coetzee sort of head in hand a bit. I think there's some positives that the Namibians can look to take. I think their defense has been pretty good. I think they've been holes at times, but I think in general, their defense has looked quite impressive. I think, we've spoken about that basics though, not being able to sort of just hang on to the ball and apply that consistent pressure. So 12 minutes to go here. It does seem like a little bit too far from the Namibians potentially. You feel like, especially given those last 3 opportunities where they should have scored, it is just a bit tough. So 104 tackles made by the Italians, only 88 made by the Namibians, but tackles missed. The Italians have only missed 9 tackles, whereas the Namibians have missed 21. So the Italian defense has looked really good. When it comes to tackling, the Namibians will need to tighten that up just a little bit more. So where we are deep in the Italian half on their 5 meter. It's an Italian scrum though. So solid scrum by both sides. The Namibians able to hold it. The ball is distributed out. A little chip over the top, a cross kick, excellently collected, just over Capuzzo there, unfortunately, and knocked on as well. That looked really dangerous. You felt like either Capuzzo or I only collected that ball, they were through for all money. So Gabrizi just saying, hey, we might not kick it out every time. We might look to actually play a bit. Oh, you just feel, had the bounce of the ball been a bit kinder, that, those 2 wingers, Capuzzo and Ione, would have been through for all money. And then Theo's fantasy would have been absolutely steaming. So Namibia have a scrum just outside the Italian 22 on the right-hand side. Handling errors 12 for Italy, 6 for Namibia. So, if you look at that, you think, okay, the Namibians should be in this game a bit more. They're not making too many unforced errors. But I think just, when those errors come, they're at key times, potentially. So Namibian scrum, can they hold it? Can they get that ball out quick enough to the backs? The Italians make a massive shove, but de Klerk gets it out quickly to Swanepoel. Swanepoel to the centers. It is big JC Grayling who takes it up. Good run. De Klerk looking. Goes back to the right-hand side to find his forwards. Taken in by Retief, who's had a big game. De Klerk out to his forwards again. Nice little pop pass on there from Van der Westhuizen. De Klerk now looks to come back to the left-hand side. Hardwick waits. Hardwick receives. And in he goes. Oof, bit too high there. Met strongly by the Italian defence. De Klerk. Sonnepoel. Out. Little chip through. Running onto it. Number 11 there, Grayling. Ione just steps him and has the pace to run completely horizontal. So he's gone from one end to the other. Can he get round? Complete mismatch. Goodness, what a run by Ione there. Grayling had to track him all the way. Didn't go very far, but got round a few Namibians. So here come the Italians. So they will look to crossfield kick. And it's a bounce and into touch. Again, you can see what they wanted to do. So Ione made a massive crossfield run all the way around. But this was very close. You do feel like Grayling had to do a better job there. When Ione collected that ball, he should have made that tackle. But it was just by the hand, I think, of big number 18, Casper de Villiers, was able to get on Ione, which ultimately slowed him enough down that the other Namibian players could get there to support. Theo, are you saying no because that would have been great for your fantasy? Okay, so the Italians getting a penalty, potentially for a high tackle or no arms tackle. Yeah, on Ione there. Looking like a high tackle coming across. I know it's in slow motion, but Vivier is getting up very slowly, regardless. Okay, so the Italians have a penalty then. They'll look to drive this down the field, no doubt, and see if they can get on the scoreboard before the end of the game. So 72 minutes, 8 minutes to go. What do we think, guys? Are we going to see another Namibian try? We've only seen one in this game so far. I think they'll be quite disappointed with that performance. 2019, they were able to cross the Italian try line 3 times, and in this game it's only been once. They've been close, they've had the opportunities, but they've just not been able to convert that pressure into points. We all say rugby is about momentum, we all say it's about pressure, but it's ultimately about converting that pressure into points. So the Italians look to go from the line out, they go to the front, they set them all. Again, this has worked well for them, so why not? So here it comes, out quickly. To the backs, lovely pass, long skip pass into space to Bruno, who finds himself in some space, running through. Has he got the wheels? Inside he goes to Alan, keeping the ball in play. The Namibians scrambling for defense. There are holes everywhere. The Italians now just need to make the most of this. Number 22 driving his Odogwu driving hard to the line. The Italians are 2 meters from the line. This feels a bit like deja vu. Pejarello looks to distribute. Here come the forwards. Strong reach. Over they go. Try time. And the Italians will cross. It is number 16, Faiva, who crosses for Azuri once again with 7 minutes to go. So really, really good attack there from the Italians. They found excellent space. It was indeed 23, Pia Bruno, who I think received a fantastic pass from Grabrizi. Here we see it again, off the line out. No, it was one of the centers there who did a fantastic pass. I think it might have been Ignacio. No, it was Caprizi. He was standing in the center position, who then flung a pass out to Bruno and found himself in space, passed it back inside, and then ultimately the Italians were able to convert pressure into points. That's what it's all about. Pressure into points. Theo saying, yes, I need to score or Capuzzo. Capuzzo's got one, man. Theo, you should stop being so greedy. Leave some points out there for the rest of us. Okay, just over 5 minutes to go. Alan converts. We are now at 38 points to 8. So quite a strong statement by the Italians. I do feel like the scoreline potentially being quite indicative or a fair reflection of the game. I do think Italy have been the better side. I think potentially Namibia might have deserved to have a few more tries, but ultimately just small mistakes towards the end of their play, not allowing them to cross over that whitewash. So we get underway once again. Swanepoel kicks it straight down the center of the field, deep into the Italian territory, collected and run back by one of the Italian forwards. Here they come. Dogu takes it, strong run, but brought down well by the Namibian defense. Relo looks to give. So the Italians are saying, look, we're going to run it from our 22, tackle us. Cabrisi out to, I believe, so in and out. Lovely quick pass there to Bruno, who chips it ahead for himself. The ball stays in play, diving forward. It's a bit loose. Who can come away with it? The Italians do. It's good pressure by the Italians. Now they can come left. The Namibian defense struggling to get back. Run up by Alan. Fabio looking to play at distributor there. Alan just slowing things down. Almost a bit of a 7 style there. The Italians now with ball in hand. Maybe just need to settle. Have a look. Out they go. Odogu, here he is. He's got left-hand side. Little step on the inside, but brought down well by JC Grayling. And ultimately they're knocked on by Pajrelu. Kicked ahead by the Namibian backline. There is no one home. Tired legs are trudging back on both ends from the Italians as well as the Namibians. He is stepped. Swanepoel is by Ione and beaten. Ione gives it out to Alan, who then looks inside. The Italians look like they're just having a bit of fun now. The Namibian defense needs to hold strong here. Here they come, the Italians to the right-hand side. Getting it wide. Shot up there by Rousseau. Need to scramble. Lots of space. The Italians just struggling to find. Gabrizi chips it over the top, noticing that no one's really home there. But again, the Italian legs are heavy too. Swanepoel then collects and says, that is enough of that. And kicks it out into touch. So that seemed like quite some frenetic play there. Lots of hands on heads. You have to say by mostly the Namibian players. The Italian, again, just showing, I think as we've all commented and felt, that there's no substitute for game time. The Italians obviously having far more experience in terms of international games and experience. So, yeah, that coming through. The Namibians not just able to keep pace. I think we've got the man of the match named, and it is indeed number 8 for Italy, Canone. I think he's had a massive performance today, scoring a try, but then he's also made some really strong carries. He's been he's been excellent defensively. So I think that is a well-deserved man of the match. If you guys feel differently, let me know who you think your man of the match is in the game. So he's had 7 ball carries, 36 meters made, and he's made 12 tackles. So I think a good outing for the Italian number 8. So 2 minutes to go. Try scorer Aiva looks to get Italy back underway. They go to the center, set the driving more. Bit messy from the Italians. The Namibians doing well to disrupt. Pazzarello comes around the right-hand side. Can he stay in touch? Gives it inside. Who's with him? Needs support. Goes around him. Number 20 down the right-hand side. And he is in. It is Zuliani. He is in for another try for the Italians. Number 20. Excellent play by both Pazzarello, the substitute 21 scrum half, and Zuliani, the man in the white scrum cap, does it really well to get around some defenders, stay on his feet, stay in the field of play. So excellent. Pazzarello comes around the right-hand side here, beats one defender, beats a second, gets the offload. Zuliani sort of bounce step to the right-hand side. You feel like Swanepoel had to do better there defensively, and Zuliani is in the try line. We might have a look if that was forward. It did look very flat to me. Zuliani did a little stop-start stutter there. Rousseau it is. Sorry, not Swanepoel. It's Rousseau, the last man. Unfortunately, just not able to bring down the big number 20, Zuliani, who is then over the try line. Denzel, for the link to the betting bonus, go check out the description, or potentially my producer can pop the link to our BoyleSports page in the chat for you. But it'll definitely be in the description of this video if you are interested in potentially putting a little bit of money on the game. So we do partner with BoyleSports guys and Bitdefender, both fantastic channel sponsors who allow us to bring you these games. Alan looks to slot it, and he absolutely does. It's a solid conversion, 45 points to 8. Great work there from the Italians. I think taking advantage of potentially some very, 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 very tired Namibian legs. So as I said, guys, thank you so much to everyone for joining me here today on today's stream. I'll be with you tomorrow for Japan and Chile, as well as Fiji and Wales. Again, another 2 cracking games. The Namibians here look to go short, but the Italians collected well. They've got 20 seconds to hold out here. I think the Italians will probably be happy just to play this and look to then kick it out. The long pass to the right-hand side. Bruno does well to keep it in play, almost going over his head. Here he comes round. Namibian defense again being asked questions, but it looks like it's knocked forward. So maybe Namibia will have the last play of the game here. Here come the Namibians on the right-hand side. Long passes out. Solid defense from the Italians, though. Good one-on-one tackling. De Klerk distributes to the forwards. Viviers out the back. Nice. Swanepoel with ball in hand. Looking good. The Namibians now will look to hopefully try across the whitewash one more time. It's going to be a big ask. Although it looked like a knock on, but Swanepoel out to the right. Just feel like it just looks like there's more Italian players than Namibian players, which is the sign of a good defense and the sign of a tired offense. But here come Namibia. Hurtling up the field. Have the Italians turned it over? No, they haven't. Once again, they're coming out to the left-hand side. It was a very flat pass. Viviers says, none of that. The bus is full. He goes forward, but it's been turned over by Zuliani, your try scorer. The Italians surely now will just kick it out. Oh, no. They've fumbled it back forward. Just knocked backwards the whole time. Big Lamb has the ball. What will he do? A little show and go. I feel like, personally, I just kick it out. You've won points. You don't want to risk injury at this point, but the Italians have other ideas, so they come steaming down the center of the field, looking to potentially get over. They might know, hey, it comes down to point differential. This game we need to capitalize on. So here they come, acres of space. Oh, and Capuzzo unfortunately spills the ball forward. He just had to get it out to the right. There was 2 speedsters on the right-hand side, but he's unfortunately lost that ball forward. So Namibia now will once again try to come from all the way back. Interestingly, I think kicked ahead by Swanepoel, trying to pin the Italians back. Excellent kick, not quite crossing the try line. Bruno kicks. He kicks it. Stays in field. It's not out. My goodness, we're 82 minutes in. Tired bodies are already tired. Excellent little step inside there from Swanepoel. What can the Namibians do? Can they mount some sort of attack here? And no, they can't. It's an Italian penalty. So you do feel that the Italians have shown no sign. Oh, Capuzzo goes quickly. Interesting decision, potentially not to go for the line. Here they come. Gabrizi hands it out to Odogwu, who's got acres of space in front of him. Has he got the speed to get there? My goodness, what a rapid run. And yes, he does. Odogwu crosses the line. So potentially a good decision there by Capuzzo. Sorry, Theo, he will not get the assist because he wasn't the last man involved, but definitely involved in that try play there. And so we saw Odogwu go over in the left-hand side. So the Italians, they're saying, actually, in this game, we're going to need to get as many points as we can now. The score, unfortunately, yes, not that flattering for them. He's currently sitting at 50 points to 8. Always a tough day in the office when you get 50 put on you. But I do feel like the Italians have worked hard for those tries. There's been only, I think, one that sort of came a bit too easy. I think the Namibian defense has made them work, but still not enough to keep out the Italians as they go over the try line once again. So just waiting now for the conversion kick. And just as I was saying, guys, a big thank you to all of you for joining me here on today's stream on Forever Rugby, on Forever Sports. A big thank you to our channel sponsors, Bitdefender and BoyleSports, for their support. So again, if you'd really like to check them out, some of you were asking for the betting link, check out the chat description or check out the description in the video. It'll all be there, which will be excellent. But yeah, guys, a massive thank you to all of you joining in, and not just joining in to watch, but really appreciate you getting involved in the chat. So we've got Theo here saying Capuzzo's got butter on his hands. Yeah, he did seem to just lose the ball a bit today, unfortunately. But really appreciated, really appreciated the score predictions. I'm trying to see if anyone went for a 50. I don't remember seeing a 50. I remember seeing, quite high scores. Alan looks to convert, and he does. Makes an excellent kick. I think Alan has been a sharp shooter today. And that is the final whistle gone, guys. 52 points to 8. So I think a solid performance from the Italians. I think the Namibians will unfortunately not be too pleased with their performance. Lots of room to improve on, and they will have a tough rest of their Rugby World Cup. But the Italians will be feeling good. They will, really, I think, be pleased with their performance. Okay, guys. Yeah, as I mentioned, my producers popped the link for BoyleSports into the chat. So if you are interested in potentially going and putting some money on some of the games, go check out BoyleSports as well. Go have a look at Bitdefender for all their cybersecurity services that they offer our 2 channel sponsors. Otherwise, everyone, once again, thank you so much from me, Wes, here on Forever Rugby, on Forever Sports. As I said, I will see you tomorrow again, first for Japan versus Chile, and then for Fiji versus Wales, which undoubtedly will be a cracking game. But until then, everyone, thank you so much, and I'll see you later.